Morning, morning, morning.
I don't know if I should play ball. I don't know if I should play ball.
Morning. Oh, cool. Jack, just passed on the information to the students again as a reminder. Stream looks fine. Stream looks fine.
Good morning.
Morning, morning. Yeah. Okay. Oh, my word. All this, that'd be my. Wow, my word. Yeah, no, I tend to, while I try and wake up, I tend to dive onto Twitter and just have a look at what's happening around the world. And saw somebody thanking you for being part of like a stream last night or something, and then something like, or whatever. Yeah, I saw it this morning and it just said like, "Hope you get your ISP sorted." I was like, "Oh shit!" So yeah, that's not great. Who's watching something that I'm speaking in? It's very disconcerting. No. I can hear myself lecturing away like it's a recorded lecture or something. Yeah, we post. I post recordings of all sessions to as YouTube like unlisted links, and then I post them on the student, the LMS, whatever it's called, and Moodle, so they can, if they miss a session, if they want to rewatch a pod, then they can go check it out. Okay, so we'll kick off in a second. But basically, this morning studio tour, right? And then we need to give them a nice overview of OBS. So the homework they'll have to do between the sessions would be to set up a couple of like very simple scenes, like display capture or screen capture plus camera, full screen camera, like 2 or 3 different scenes. And then they need to at least be able to set up their OBS correctly to stream to YouTube, but we might not actually stream today. We'll be able to do that on Thursday and Friday. So as long as they can at least set up their OBS correctly. And would you say, to get started, like just how to do something in OBS, is Nutty the best person to look for, or do you just search for it on YouTube? Mm, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, because you have a goal in mind. Yeah, no, it's easy. But yeah, I think the thing is just to get the basic settings right. Like, what should your video settings more or less be? What should you look at streaming at, like bitrate, and how do you determine that? Is it related to your internet speed, or does it not matter? Yeah, struggling. Ugh.
I checked out that Canon webcam software grant
Mm.
that you recommended. I have a look at yesterday, and unfortunately, it's only available on a certain number of Canon cameras, and it's not available with. So I've got a
Is it too
70D,
old
so
or what?
it's not able to be
I'm wondering,
compatible with the 70D. It could
I'm wondering
possibly
whether
work
my
if I,
80D might also be too old.
yeah, I know. I think the 80D was, yeah,
Oh,
80D
cool.
was on there and 7070 was on there. But I was thinking what just when I rent a camera from the school, if I rent the Mark IV, the Mark
Yes.
IV is on there.
Yeah.
And then I was, because we said we
Yeah.
might attach my phone to the top of the camera, and you have to have 1,000 subscribers or more on your YouTube channel to live stream from your mobile phone. So I can't do that either.
Eh,
So yeah, it comes with a couple of problems. Okay. Okay.
But you also
Okay.
mentioned yesterday that you should look at Streamlabs, which I've been associated with like services within OBS. But are you saying that Streamlabs makes something that enables you to stream directly? Ah, cool.
iPhone XR. Yeah. So one after the iPhone X.
Yeah, it's a pretty recent phone.
Okay. How do you ELG? Oh, there. Elgato Avia. Is that it? No. Um.
Yeah, I'm hearing yesterday's feed.
I think there's something odd that's going. There's something odd that's going on with Nutty because he says he's in class, but I can't see him on this group, and he says he can't. He can't hear. So maybe there's like some sound issues from his side.
I don't see it. I muted the YouTube stream and it went away. So I don't know why it's coming through, although I might be watching. Do we need a new link for sent yesterday? I get yesterday's sessions recording. That's why I was hearing. I was hearing myself speak through Discord on your stream. Oh yes. Okay. Okay. Cool. Thanks. Okay, guys, I just posted the new link for the YouTube stream. It's not the same link. I just posted a new one on the WhatsApp group. I don't understand how that works. I expected it to be the same. So Nathi was obviously on there, and then he couldn't follow anybody. Okay, so I'm currently seeing your Discord. Is that what you're streaming? Okay. Okay. Let me just drop something in the chat and see whether there's anybody here.
Allow access. There we go. Excellent.
It's very early. Don't expect a lot of energy. Have you had a run yet? It's coolish today. You know, it's like very misty.
I got super keen this morning. Set my alarm for 7 o'clock. I'm like, cool. I'm gonna go for a nice cycle this morning. Woke up at 7 o'clock. Took one look outside. Literally went to bed to Hopper State. I'm so angry with myself. It's so annoying.
Yeah, no, it happens. Like, oh, that's tough. I get up as late as I can to still be able to take a shower and make coffee. That's literally it. That's all I do. Usually, you guys are the first people I speak to on any given day. Okay, guys. So for those of you that went around all the way through, I still can't see Nati in Discord. I don't know why. Yeah, he says he's here, but I don't see him. In any case, I'm recording this, and whatever he misses out, he'll be able to catch up. Yeah, so the plan for today is that Grant will give us a more thorough studio tour. So yesterday we had a couple of glimpses of what it is that he's got in his setup, but we didn't talk about it. He didn't tell us what any of those things are for. So he'll introduce us to that, which are, for our purposes, complete overkill. Like, you don't need those things to be able to stream. If you're doing it full time, all of those things make it easier, and you'll be able to improve the quality of your stream, similar to that mad sushi guy from yesterday. But for you to be able to do a functional stream, you literally need like a device. You need a webcam, you need a microphone, and you need a device with an internet connection. That's literally it. OBS is free. You don't really need anything on top of OBS for basic streams, but we'll go through those things, help you set up your OBS, look at what it is that you could get if you get madly into this and you're aspirational and you want to go buy some kit. Then many of the things that Grant uses would be very interesting to you. Otherwise, it'll just be informative, and then we'll dive into OBS.
And they're available. They're like, that's the crazy part. Like like 2 years ago, you couldn't buy these products in the country.
Yeah,
and now we've got a distro and stuff. So usually I'm in class for this kind of stuff, and I get like super amped about live streaming because I honestly think it's like one of the most overlooked, underutilized ways of making money in production. And I don't want you to get overwhelmed with the technical stuff, because I'm not a technical person. The only reason I got into the technical side of things was because I was like, what happens if we could do this? And then I will kind of like work it out, because the end product justifies getting there, right? So I don't want to overwhelm anybody with anything, but like with your ideas that you came out with yesterday, hopefully today we can inspire how to make it happen. Remember, like concept before execution. So can I hoy, Anton?
Yeah, yes, go for it.
Okay, so the first thing I think we should do is we should not go into OBS because that's going to be the nuts and bolts. I'm just going to quickly show you my setup. My setup's a little bit over the top. So let me just cut to this microphone.
Sorry, just
Do you need
quickly, we're watching through the YouTube stream with sound and we muting Discord.
Yeah. Do that, please.
We need to start answering questions later on.
In OBS,
In the meantime, in the meantime, drop something in the chat. And yeah, I think that'll be best for now. If we start going backwards and forwards between, like after the break, if you've played around with OBS and you have questions, then it's going to be more convenient to use Discord.
Nazi was Nazi's as well. Okay, cool. So my setup, I'm just going to stand up and give you like a proper like look around. So I'm using the front facing camera on this. So this is my current setup for game streaming, right? So where should I start? Firstly, you have a computer that does the encoding. This computer literally exists. There's no games on it or anything. This computer, sorry about the cables. This is very embarrassing.
It helps.
This computer literally exists to I've got a solution that I'm going to fix this with. I've got an idea. I went to the hardware store yesterday, but this literally does the encoding. Can you see there's 32 gigs of RAM? I've got a Ryzen 2700X. I've got like so this is a very high intense piece of hardware. I've got a capture. Let's have a look inside. I've got see it says Elgato at the bottom here? That is a capture card that runs through my gaming machine. And those Elgato capture cards take in any HDMI input. So if you've got a camera that has an HDMI out, it will turn that HDMI feed into something that you can plug into broadcasting software. The one we're going to be learning is OBS. Then on this side is my gaming machine. I've got a notebook that I game on. And remember, the HDMI out, I don't know if you can see it. This is the HDMI out. There it is. That HDMI out is running straight into that box as a feed. So what is in front of us over here, the one that I'm using, is being brought up into OBS. Can you see that? So it's literally the feed from that one. So that's why those Elgato cards are so important. I've got this monitor on the top here is my broadcasting monitor. So like all the stats, as you can see, this is my YouTube studio. I can see the chat. I interact with the chat. I keep the chat on the right-hand side of the screen. So when I address my camera, this is my camera that you guys are going to see me mostly through. Cool. My eye line doesn't change too dramatically. Don't break your setup, Grant. I've got like, this is just for myself. I've got like performance monitors because I've been having problems. As you can see, the Ryzen CPUs are really powerful. It's only using 10% CPU to render this entire scene, which is... Back in the day, that was nearly impossible. And then, obviously, a great mic. So, like a good condenser microphone. This is like a radio microphone. Sound is more important than camera quality. That is a good camera, but it took me a very long time to get that camera. But sound was the first thing I got. And the main reason is that you don't even have to have a webcam for people to see your face, as long as the audio is good, okay? The audio is like the most important part. And I got it on a boom arm because sometimes I'm editing. This is also my editing suite, so I'll edit up there and I'll push my microphone away.
Grant, two things regarding the computers before we move on to the other hardware. Windows versus Mac, and then also like one machine versus two machine setup for streaming.
Okay, this is going to be controversial. Windows is much better for broadcasting, mostly because of the chipsets and stuff. So you can get like NVIDIA GPUs, you can get all the things that are actually the capture cards. They like, I know the team at Elgato pretty well. I was with them in LA, Vegas in Jan, and I had a huge Mac people. They love Mac. They're all running on Macs and they all have iPhones, and I'm going like, but none of your gear works really well on a Mac. It's not. That's not because they don't love it. It's because Mac doesn't really accommodate for that stuff. But if you guys search, but again, it's a limitation of the hardware, not of the So I mean, there's no point in investing lots of energy developing stuff if like you can't pull multiple audio sources on a Mac, and all that's why you need SoundCloud for Mac and all that stuff. So if you've got a PC, it's going to make your life a lot easier. If you've got a phone, especially an iPhone, here's the weird thing: iPhone is great for live streaming because the Elgato team love it, and it's spelled Elgato. I've got 2 Stream Decks, so this is another product that they developed. This you can get on your phone now. And I think there's a 30-day free trial for it, so it's great for the purposes of this lecture. But literally, this becomes like a vision mixer. In a television studio, you'll have somebody that does the vision. I don't know how many of you guys have been into live TV studios, but there's next to the director, usually on the left-hand side, there's somebody that comes in before the director, does way more work than them, but they've got like a desk with like a fader and buttons, and what they do is they pre-program the straps for the whole show, so they go through the whole the lineup for the show. They put in everybody's names and stuff,
inserts to be added and all of that stuff.
All the video inserts, the crossfading and all that stuff, and they do that manually, and it's called a vision mixing desk. So the director will be like, camera 3, and then the vision mixer goes, camera 3, goes, strap that guy, and then the vision mixer goes, he's like a live DJ, right? So this allows you to do that on your live stream without having another person. So for instance, if I press my gameplay button, sorry, I'm still busy building my scenes. You can customize these things. A roaming button, you'll see it will
Grant, just check your audio on the feed. Matthew says he's losing audio. I assume he's listening in YouTube, so I don't know where he's missing. Yeah, so it's not just him. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just I'm gonna speak through this microphone. The reason you're losing audio is because we're not on the roaming scene. So now you'll have audio here because I'm.
Okay, so
sorry,
the audio
the microphone
piped to work with certain scenes, but not all of them.
Yeah. Because it'll echo. But anyway, thank you guys because that helps. Every time I cut, it'll go to the other scene. That other gameplay scene uses this microphone. I use this microphone on the phone for my roaming scene. It's not as good as this microphone, although it is nice. It's a good audio. But if I go to the kitchen to make coffee, for instance, like we did yesterday, then you kind of want the audio from the phone because I'm far away from this mic, and these condenser microphones aren't really built for picking up people from like 20 meters away. So yes,
those Stream Decks again, they're useful and they're very nice. They make your life easier, but those scenes are accessible in OBS, so you could with a mouse click do that. It's just a mission.
So or hotkeys. I'm gonna show you some stuff now. Like I do when I didn't have a Stream Deck, I would hotkey like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and there would be 4 scenes. So what I'm not 100% sure about the requirements of this of the project are, but I'm going to show you how to build scenes. So you can go from this scene to another scene. Then I'm going to show you how to put assets into that scene. And this is where your creativity is going to come in now, because you're going to be like, oh, it's super easy. The software is super easy to use. So when you go like, oh, I didn't know you can do that, and then you're going to be able to come up with great ideas. Does the class know what a PNG is?
They should, yeah.
Okay, so like you can drop in PNGs and stuff into your stream to do cool things. Let me show you some cool stuff that I've done. With some of my scenes that I've built, just to get as crazy as possible with you guys, I've built like a replay scene that, where is it now? Is it working? No, it's not working. Great. I've built a replay scene. I've built like a chat scene. This is just using motion graphics to change the layout of the scene, because you can see that yellow cube is coming in from behind me. It's still somewhere else. You're not going to need to do this. I've got an intro sequence. Bam! This is when I get like super hyped. I'm sorry for everybody in the morning. This is how we get intense on our stream. The stream with as much energy as possible. And this is literally a media source inside OBS that is playing when I activate the scene. It's the only source in that particular scene. So anyway, I'm going to cut away from it because we've done that. And then I also have like a starting screen. And then I also have like a starting screen. And the starting screen is one
have a countdown
timer. I have a countdown timer. There it is. And then I usually just play some music. And then I usually just play some music. My audio is duplicating. So I usually play like like I usually mute myself here. I'm busy like tweeting out that I'm going live and stuff, and then I cut to the intro, and then I cut to this camera, and then this camera as well, and we can like have a fat chat. So I've got like probably like 4 main scenes that I use, as you can see. And like I kind of want to see, you can have as many scenes as you want, and it's up to your creativity for those scenes. But yeah, do you have guys?
For today, the simple setups would be like, and they can't actually be a lot simpler for today. Just full screen webcam in one scene, because you'll do that sometimes. Full screen, either complete display capture or window capture.
Yeah.
And then another one with that, but then the webcam with a little inset. This is a very simple introduction.
Okay, do you guys have OBS running at home on your machines? Are you guys watching this in front of a computer with OBS? I hope so. Like you don't have to. I think it would be really nice in order if we do this like this. Anyway, so
cool.
Okay, so what the really exciting part about this is that it's very easy. So can we jump into OBS, guys? Wait, no questions.
Yeah, quick run over of the entire interface, because it looks the same on PC and Mac more or less.
Yes.
But those windows at the bottom, what are they for and how do you use them?
No, I'll go through everything with you guys. It's a lot easier than it looks. Especially if you're confused. Okay, so I'm actually using the same setup that I used with the students last year. I deleted a whole bunch of sources, but these are your scenes. So I'm actually going to delete these scenes. Actually, let me just delete these scenes. So that you got.
So this is now running on your gaming machine. That's why we can.
Yeah. This is
screw around.
Yeah. I literally I'm broadcasting through this software on that other machine that you guys were seeing in the videos. So cool. So don't get. I've got this is like a raw. I'm not using anything on this thing. This is a clean version of OBS, like a clean profile. Yeah. So you can see at the top.
I wouldn't be able to teach this because I'm actually capturing the class using this. So I wouldn't be able to demonstrate this. Also, I think I'd need more than one machine with OBS running on both.
Yes.
With the one streaming into the other one, so that I can screw around in that application.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't be able to dive into settings, for instance. It doesn't allow you to change that while you're recording or streaming.
Okay, so the first thing I want you guys to do, if you guys have got your computers open, is on the top left-hand side, there's a profile button. This profile button is the profile settings of the app. So everything that we have built in the settings, or whatever we do to the settings, will be saved to this profile. So for instance, if I'm streaming to YouTube, which I don't generally do, which I'm doing now, I set up a new profile to stream to YouTube for the students, for you guys, so that you guys can watch this through YouTube unlisted. I usually stream to Twitch, so I'll have like a Twitch profile there. Or if you stream to Zoom, because or any other, this software can be used to be plugged into a lot of different services. So you can just create your own profile of that. So I'll just go new YouTube one or new project or whatever the case is. And then after you guys have done that, on the left top, on the right of it, so next to profile, there's something called scene collection. Now, scene collections are literally all the scenes that are being built into this particular scene collection. So like, I have generally one scene collection because I'm literally doing my gaming live stream. I don't need other scene collections, but you might want to, have a different show. You might want to have a podcast, and you might want to do like a gaming show, and one runs on a Tuesday and one runs on a Monday. You would just change your scene collections here to that different thing. So it'll just be a different collection of scenes and camera inputs and whatever the case is. You with me, right? So those are the two things. That's like about half of the things at the top there, or like a third of the things at the top. That's all those things are. This main screen over here is going to be your whatever. It's going to be your preview window. It's literally whatever the preview is. If you right click on it, you can disable your preview, or you can enable your preview. You might want to do this if your computer's not good, like as in terms of it's not performing well. You might want to just like right click on it and then just click disable preview, just if you're really struggling with output. Okay, I'm going to drop this under my, I'm going to zoom in here, guys. Wow, look at that. Bottom left-hand side of the screen, we have scenes, then we've got sources. Now, this is where most of the magic happens. So you've got scenes, sources, your audio mixer, your scene transitions, and these are your main controls. Any of these things can be redocked and moved around, but just for the sake of this,
yeah, let's just keep it the same.
Let's keep it the same, because so that we're all on the same page. So in our scenes here, I'm going to delete the scene. Oh, it's got to be at least one scene. Okay, cool. You can add a scene by pressing this plus button. I'm just going to go scene 1, and you guys can do the same thing. I'm actually going to delete scene 2 here because yes, I want to delete. So you should be left with one scene over here. Now, when you click on a scene, the sources are contextualized. So all the sources that are in the scene appear in the sources window. A source is a desktop capture, or a PNG, or a browser source, or a webcam. All the things that are in your scene visually are sources. Okay, so that's the main difference between a scene and a source. So in a film context, you would have
I think it would be easiest to say like the scene is either like the project, and then the source is like a timeline where you've put all of your different things.
No. That's a bad way of that's going to be. This is your project. Your scene collection is your project, and you have different scenes think of them as nested sequences in Premiere or different.
That's why in Resolve we don't really do that.
You don't do nesting.
Which is why I would try to see it. It's not really a thing in Resolve, not as much.
So nesting is quite a big deal. Nesting is quite a big deal in OBS. Because a scene is a nested thing, and you can place a scene in a scene. Okay, so anyway, a scene is like a shot, but all the assets in that shot. Here are your sources. Let me show you.
If you compile one quick, I think it's going to be easier.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, 100%. So when I click on add a particular source, then you'll see that there is you'll see all the different inputs that you can have. You can have audio inputs. You can have a browser as a source. I'll explain that to you just now. You've got display capture. I'm sorry, my webcam is over this. If I move this away, you'll be able to see. This is game capture, images. So image would be a PNG or a JPEG or anything that you want to do. Game capture is specific to a particular game. So they're aware that a lot of people use this for live streaming. Your display capture would be your display. A media source would be like if you guys have pre-edited a video or something that you want to add to your scene, that would be where you do it. So like if you've made, say for instance, you're doing a live stream where you are, if you're doing a live stream where you are showcasing other people's films, short films, for instance, you would add a media source. Then over here you've got a scene. So this is what I mean by nesting. So you can add a scene that you've already created, which one of these scenes, as a scene. So I do that a lot. It's a little bit advanced, but you'll see the benefit to it. It's like adding a PlayStation file, a PSD with all the layers as a source. Text, you can add text, and you can add a video capture device or window capture. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a video capture device, and I want you. You're going to see this in front of your screen. I'm gonna actually put this in the center here. I want you to name this like your webcam, or whatever the case is. I'm going to see. I don't know if there's no webcam currently plugged into my. It's using the laptop's webcam, but my laptop's lid is closed, so that's why this is black. But you can see the device list will be here. So Elgato HD game capture, huh? I don't know there was a game capture plugged into this machine. I don't think there is. Anyway, so once I've done this, you can see the resolution. Wait 1 second. Do this. The resolution, the frame rate, the video format. All that stuff is kind of built into it. So I want to keep this HD webcam. You on your whatever you're using, you're gonna want to add your webcam, okay, or whatever your camera source is. If you guys are using that Elgato camera software, it will detect on this list. All the available devices that you want to add will pop up in this list.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't have to actually do anything. If it's available, you'll see it there. If it's
there.
Not available, then there's something wrong somewhere else.
Yeah, so it's literally picking up the webcam on my machine. So what I'm gonna do is you can drag by clicking on the corner, right? So you can resize it. You can even squash it. Oh no, you can actually with control, I think. Oh no, but you'd never really want to do that anyway. If you press Alt, you can crop it. So if you hold Alt. And then click, you can crop your frame. So if you want a square face, for instance, and you want it to look like that, that's what you do by holding Alt. If you want more granular transformation, you right click on it and you go transform, and then you can edit the transform to be very specific. If you have if you've done a really cool design and you want like everything to be like in the right place, that's where you stick it. So I'm going to put my webcam.
For instance, on the Mac, if I plug in my iPhone, then I can use it as a source, like a different screen that I'm capturing. But by default, it's rotated like 90 degrees counterclockwise. So it's just easy on that to just click and rotate. And fixes it.
Yeah, 100%. And then, okay, so we've added a webcam. Have you guys got questions at this stage? How to add a source?
We'll just add in one more, and then we can see where they get stuck.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Also, the order matters, right? So
yeah, So this it's like layers from top to bottom. So I'm gonna add a image. Let's try find something. Browse my downloads. I'm gonna probably find like a bad thumbnail or something that I've done. Yeah, let's do like a video thumbnail or something. Yeah, this is good. Okay, great. So I've added this JPEG, and as you can see, it's above the webcam. Like Anton was saying, it's because it's above the. This is a bad thumbnail. This image is above the webcam, but if I drag it underneath, you can literally just drag it underneath, or I'm gonna pull some down here. You can use these arrows. These arrows are for changing the actual arrangement, and then you can see that the webcam is on top. So if you think your webcam's disappeared because you've added something, you'll be like, oh snap. It's mainly because it's underneath. Then
you can do all of these things live. Like none of this functionality disappears while you're streaming. So you can quickly add something. You can move things around. Like say you're streaming and your camera is positioned in some way. Then in the game there might be something that you're hiding. It's like, okay, let me just move my webcam across to reveal.
Yeah, I can click on this.
There's a lot happening in the live stream.
Yeah, you can do that if you need it. So I'm going to make a new scene just to show you a couple of things. Now that you understand how to add sources, your new scene will then be a conglomerate of sources. What I like to do, and I do this very often, is if I'm just coming up with a new scene, I like to sketch it out. So I draw the kind of layout that I want to achieve, and then I'll build it in a scene. It's just something that I really like to do, and I think it's because also you'll have better ways of like coming up with like the formatting and stuff. So if you want to capture your, let's do a window capture device. So let me open up, yeah, this is fine. So let me actually open this up as a new window. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my scene 2 on OBS. I'm going to add a source. I can actually add an existing window. I'm going to go Chrome as a window. So if you've got an application that you want to run, oh, it's having problems picking it up, but there we go. This is actually the scene. I don't know what's going on. Properties. Yeah, I don't know why that's the way it's doing that. Okay, maybe I'll just. It shouldn't do this at all. Let me delete it. So deleting is obviously super easy. Well, this is going to confuse people, unfortunately, but I'm going to add like a display capture. So this is what you would traditionally do. So I always add a display capture. So it's on the list under display capture, and then I just call it display capture. And it's literally choosing a monitor that I have. Right now we're watching OBS through OBS through OBS through OBS through OBS, but it's essentially the same display. So if I move this, you can see it's whatever. If I minimize this, this is what it's capturing behind me. But as soon as I bring up OBS, it's bringing up OBS, and then there's OBS inside OBS. So you understand why this is visually looking like this. It shouldn't look like this. But display capture would be the thing that you do. Now, to cut to these scenes, do you have any questions at this point? No?
See, and the way that is clicking on those scenes manually with his cursor, that's actually something that the Stream Deck would be able to do.
Yeah, but
you
I'm
can assign those to buttons, and then you can switch between them and so on. But
yeah,
we won't probably do that.
No, why not? You can assign. I'll show you quick how to do that stuff. That stuff is super easy.
No, I mean for our own purposes at home or whatever. Although there is like a version where you can like plug in a phone that has a similar kind of interface. And you kind of...
Well, for just for cutting. Okay, so let's talk about cutting. It's a good way to go. So we've got two scenes now. We've got two sources. There would be an amalgamation. Look at the audio thing on the right here. So this audio panel is picking up a microphone on your rig. Remember, when you're streaming, you need a mic of some kind. There needs to be an audio input. It by default has one microphone in all scenes. Can you see? You can add another microphone, but I recommend it will always add desktop audio and microphone to every single scene. If you click on this cog and you go to properties, not advanced properties, you'll see a drop down of all the microphones. Oop, there we go. You'll see a drop down of all the microphones in your particular rig. So let me actually bring this down here so you can see like granular. So I can use the microphone on my headset. I can use the microphone that's built into the actual machine, or I can use the Elgato Sound. That's a software microphone, or I can use the default microphone for the computer. Make sure that you've connected the correct microphone in this situation, and then you'll see the levels move up and down. This slider literally just changes the levels, and you can just turn it to what you want. And now they've added something called filters. So filters, if you want, I don't know how many of you guys are au fait with audio, but if you want to, you can add a whole bunch of filters like a compressor, an expander, gain, voice, a noise limiter, noise suppression, all those kind of things. I highly recommend not doing any of the stuff just yet unless you understand audio. There are tutorials. I've gone through extensive tutorials on how to make sure your voice sounds good, but it might be for the sake of time. I don't think go into it now. Make sure that you got a working live stream first. Okay, so we've got your audio mixer. Okay, all good. You guys are all good. If you guys aren't all good, don't panic. Tell me. Okay.
This is very introductory in any case. If you get stuck now, it's not the worst thing ever. We'll spend more than enough time to make sure you're on board Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I can't see you guys in class, so I can't see your level of with it or not, and I don't want to run too ahead so that you guys don't get overwhelmed. But I mean, this is
usually teach this like we teach any post-production thing. We would be on computers and walk around and help and give little tasks. Okay, do this quick, and we'll help if there's issues. Now, obviously, it's a little bit difficult over the internet, but that's why I've assigned like 2 different sessions on Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
So we have more than enough time to sort out all of your problems.
Okay. So then on the right of the audio mixer, you've got something called scene transitions. Now, this is your default transition that's going to happen every time you click. You guys understand what transitions are, I hope. I'm just going to assume that you guys do. There are a couple of transitions that you can add, like a swipe, a luma wipe, fade to color, so you can fade it to white and or fade it to black and then fade it to the next scene or whatever. Or a stinger, which would be like, stinger is what Americans call transitions or wipes. We, what do we call them here? We call them transitions. I don't know why they call it a stinger. But you can add your own custom one if you want to, like if you've got a WebM file. But don't worry about that. Let's do a slide. Okay. So if I hit, I'm going to preview transition. There we go. So you understand this. So like if I go okay, and I cut between these two, it's going to slide, right? If I put a normal cut there, it's just going to straight up cut between those 2 scenes. There's a bit of an illusion there with the other one. If I put fade, I can straight up fade between the 2 scenes. Let me add another one. Let's add a luma wipe. Let's do, this is quite nice. I wonder if there's clock. We can do like, wow, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. This is actually new. So we can do, where's the duration of the, okay. So once we've got it, we can change the duration underneath here. See? So we can do, I'm going to do like the longest transition in history. I'm going to do 1,000 milliseconds. So it's like a full second transition. So if I cut to it, cool, right? Flipping sick. Okay. So don't ever cut like, well, I mean, you could conceptually, that could be a fun cut. I'm going to cut this back to 300. So it's a little bit faster.
But these aren't per scene. Like there isn't a way to go to a scene that you can program. Like this is for any transition between any scenes.
You can. So if you if you want to do different scene cuts, you right click on it and you go transition override, and then you can choose that particular cut that you want that scene. So, and these are all new things.
So this is easy because it works for everything, but then you could customize it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I usually keep this on cut, and then I'll do a transition override depending on what scene I'm using. Or like for instance, you might want a stinger, like a good stinger. I'll show you. There's a woman called Paladin Amber, and she's got her own custom stingers, but she'll do them to announce like really fun stuff. Mildly says, so I've attempted setting up OBS in the past, and a problem I ran into was when I set up the source for display capture, I tend to only get a black screen recorded, but then it still wouldn't work on any application in full screen. The best I could. Look, make sure your graphics card drivers are updated. I don't know when last did you use OBS. OBS is much better now. And if you're using a Mac, you might run into problems like that.
No, it's on Windows.
Oh, then you should be fine. There shouldn't be any problems. You might have selected the wrong.
I have encountered like Windows that you cannot capture. Like it doesn't allow you to. Like Zoom, for instance, I can't capture Zoom. Like you can tell, cool. Do a specific window capture. And you find it on the list and it seems to work fine, but then it's got information like who started the meeting and times and stuff. It doesn't actually have the cameras and the audio. It's like a protection thing, I think.
Somebody also said their screen capture is also just black. Are you guys using display capture or screen capture? I think you guys are using display capture, right?
Triban's different on the Mac, so it'll be different.
Yeah, it might be a different problem.
Different hardware-related problems. It'd be very coincidental if everybody had the same issue.
So I can't troubleshoot every individual's case right now. It's worth Googling. Or if you have this problem, thousands of people have this problem. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you right-click on your display capture, go to properties, you can choose the source. This is what it looks like right now. This is what it should look like. So you can choose whatever displays. There are problems with laptops. I am currently doing this on a laptop, so I'm having a good time. He's on a PC. If you've got a spare screen somewhere, sometimes maybe plugging in a monitor might help as well. because it's literally, I think it's picking up my monitor. Also, if you're on Windows, right click on Windows and go to display settings, and just make sure you're on 1080p. Make sure, you also, that thing might be hidden as well. The other display capture might be black because it might be doing this. Like it might be in the corner here. Can you see this? It might look like something like that. You just got to make sure what you do in that case. If it's like say it's gone, like it's like there, it's display capture, it's black, it's nowhere there. You right click on display capture and you go transform, and then you go fit to screen, boom, and that should pop it up if it's come up as with no transform tools. That might happen too. Okay, I've had that problem. Okay, so you guys should all be good. If you are having problems, write them down, Google them, and especially some of you aren't even doing display captures with your concept, right? Some of you are literally doing cameras. You're inputting cameras, so you'll be doing video capture, right? Okay. Thing is, if I made my laptop use my Intel Core processor instead, I can display it. Otherwise not. Check if your GPU is active. Yeah. I mean, you seem to be far ahead of it, to be honest. But anyway, okay. Then on the right of scene transitions, you got your controls. Is everybody with us though conceptually?
Yeah, I think they're getting stuck in all kinds of things along the way and trying to play along. But I'm hoping that the introduction to the application isn't confusing.
Yeah. Like this is not more a troubleshooting lesson, but if you understand the idea of how the software works, you're gonna be like excelling later. Everybody's will have different issues because everyone's got different setups, different hardware. This program is made by one individual, and I'm on their.
Pretty crazy. It's
crazy, and it's the industry standard, and I'm on their Patreon because I can't understand how this person carries on doing it. They have to process the stuff for different. They have to make it for different processors, for different graphics cards, for different and encoding, just the concept of video encoding is such a big topic right now because of Netflix and YouTube and everybody that's busy building encoders to like every time you watch a video on Netflix, it's literally using encoding technology to, and that's why this stuff is so cool. Anyway, and we're broadcasting from our houses better than DSTV broadcast from MultiChoice. That's the quality. That's literally the quality difference. And it's because of software.
If they do it live, they have literally millions of rands working, like cables that are like bunches of cables like a meter across, and a truck that's got like this insane hardware. Yeah, and Grant is doing it on his own from home. It's crazy.
Okay. Matthew's asking how to add a browser source. Just right click on it. I'm going to add a browser source quickly. It's super easy. Again, these are things you should Google. I'm just showing you the basics, but once you add a browser source, there's the URL. It's right there. You just copy paste the URL into the browser source, and make sure your aspect ratio is the same. So mine's 1920 by 1080, and I'm just and you go bump. There we go. So it's a full browser source. Cool. So a browser source would be used for something like overlays. So let me see if there's do I have an existing browser source? No, I don't. Let me add a browser source for you. So wait, you guys have seen it before. So those explosions when somebody followed my stream yesterday, while we were streaming, there was like things. Those are browser sources. You can find and create.
That's also how you would put like the chat on the screen and that kind of thing.
Yes. So actually, underneath this window over here, the text that's coming up underneath there is from a browser source. So let me actually show you browser sources on the live stream. That overlay is loading in a browser source now. There we go. So that's loading in a browser source. and all that clock and all all those things. They come from a website called streamelements.com, and you can use Stream Elements to create your own versions of those. Then
is that a free service?
It's free, 100% free. So yeah, so browser sources are cool, but I would recommend it's for interaction. So they use triggers. It plugs it. You connect your YouTube accounts to Stream Elements, and you have these things. And like these are the latest people that are subscribed. I don't manually enter that stuff in. It's using YouTube's API to pull that information, or Twitch's API to pull that information for you on your behalf. And StreamElements.com is amazing. It's super user friendly. You just link your YouTube account to it. You can do so much more than you can even imagine. But they're called overlays, and you'll copy paste a browser source into that and dump it above your stream. Not everybody's going to be using a browser source, right? The last source that I want to show you guys actually is a text source. So you can also add text. I'm just going to go, and I'll show you why this is super exciting. I'm going to go.
I think if I just jump in here quick, remember that a live video is actually being streamed live, and people don't necessarily sit through your stream from the beginning. So sometimes it's gonna some information will be in the title or in the thumbnail. That's why you got into the video in the first place. But maybe you join a live stream and nothing that you're looking at makes any sense. Then I've seen people put text on screen, so like, we're playing this game. So far into this is the challenge or something. Just a little bit of information to help orient a person that's just arrived. Otherwise, you keep getting the same question in chat, like, what game are you playing? What game are you playing? What game are you playing? That kind of thing. So, yeah, text is actually quite useful.
Okay, so I've put in some text over here, and then all the text options are here. So you can choose different fonts. I'm going to use Aero Black. You can choose font style. I like to have bigger fonts because then it doesn't anti-alias as much. But I'll show you why this gets exciting. So I'm going to make an outline. Why not? You can add an outline to it. And I'm going to make the outline color black. Cool. Is this the line thickness? No. Here's the outline size. I'm going to make the outline size bigger so it's more visible. I'm actually going to make this font size much bigger. Why don't we just do... Okay, you can make it bigger if you want, but I'm going to scroll here. There we go. See that overlay? Somebody's following the Twitch channel over me. That is one of the overlays that I've created in Stream Elements. But I've uploaded stuff. But you can literally, they've got template stuff that's super easy to use. Okay, super exciting and super easy is this text. So when I write, this text is just going to sit on screen, but it could just sit there. But if you right click on any source, you can add a filter, right? So if you right click on it, just above properties, there's a filter button. Once I add a filter, this is what a filter menu looks like. It's currently, there are no effects to this filter. If you click plus in the bottom left-hand corner, you can add a chroma key. So that's how I'm getting the green screen cut out of me. You can add a render delay. You can add color correction. You can apply a LUT. You can even apply a LUT. Okay. So I'm going to add a scroll to this. How sick is this? So you can do horizontal speed or vertical speed. So horizontal speed, you can do like a very slow scroll of the text on screen permanently.
Appropriate.
Yeah. or we can go faster. I mean, that's illegible. So like, let's do this. Or if you want, you can do like vertical speed. So you can like scroll up and down vertically if you'd like. I like having a horizontal speed, or you can do both actually. So you can like, that's just drunk. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah, you can add filters on top of filters. Again, the order matters.
Yeah, you can add filters on top of filters. Which is, that is right though.
So you could put a chroma key and then add a LUT afterwards if you wanted to.
Yes, which is what I do for my face cam as well. I make it a little bit. I think that for gaming, face cams need to be a little bit more saturated because you have such a small preview window. So for people to notice you on that feed, it needs to pop. But anyway, that's just why I do it. But anyway, so we built the scene with some really exciting elements. That would be the webcam. It's just like chilling there, and we've got like what would be gameplay, and I've got this thing, and then you can add like a browser source. Let me add a browser source to this. Bam. Okay, so if I go to streamelements.com, I'm gonna log in with my Twitch account. So this is Stream Elements. Looks very nice service. This. You might see some private stats here. So it shows you how many followers I've got, whatever. So on the left-hand side here, you'll see your alerts and overlays. You can click on a themes gallery and you can see all of the overlays that they have. You can literally, they've got these themes for you to use. I'm actually gonna, oh wow, they've got some really nice new ones. Let's add this one. Create my own overlay. I'm just gonna call it ORMS, and I'll delete these afterwards because my back end. So literally, I haven't even edited them, and they've already given me browser sources. So these are the browser sources that you'll copy. So you click on this, it says copy to clipboard. I actually don't know, animate it in game. I don't know what this is, but let's add it to our scene anyway. So add browser source. Remember, I've copied this. It's in the. I'm gonna go overlay, stream elements.
Just a quick reminder, guys. The assignment brief does require you to use at least one camera, like a web camera or something, a capture from a screen. It doesn't have to be display, it doesn't have to be window, whatever, something that captures a computer screen somehow, and then at least one graphic. Those are minimum requirements for your assignment.
Okay. So you remember I've just copied that stuff from Stream Elements. I'm going to paste it. There we go. That's my overlay URL. I will make sure this is the same as my canvas size, 1920 by 1080, lacquer times. And it's now over here. There we go. So now let me hide. If you click on the eyes, by the way, it hides the other things. So this is my browser source that I've just added. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make sure my webcam is underneath this. This is mostly for gaming. And I'm going to line it up underneath here. And I'm going to drag. Oh, it's snapping. You can also use the keyboard arrows, to shift around, which is very helpful. And I'll just drag this underneath there. Then I will make sure that say maybe I want this text to be over here. Look how easy this is. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying, that it's so underutilized. There's so many cool things you can do. And people just aren't doing them. And then I'm going to add this image as pretend that was my gameplay. So there we go. This is I think
what Grant is saying makes a lot of sense. Like if you watch the average stream that's out there, and just bear in mind what we've already looked at in this class, it's actually ridiculous how bad a lot of streams are. It's
actually terrible. I'm not a huge fan of this overlay.
There's no excuse. The things are free. The tutorials are there to teach you how to do it. It's just, you just have to go do it.
You just got to be interested. That's all. So anyway, and I can add all of these animated talk Valorant, whatever. Then if I go see my theme in my overlays, if I click on this, these are all overlays that I've designed. So don't worry, my back end's a bit crazy. Here we go. Here are the ones that we've just added. And then you can edit these inside. Actually, let's edit the one that we were actually working on, or the one that's in our timeline. Here we go. Edit. And it literally has UI, like web UI, that you can do. So it says your name here. I'm gonna change. It's over here. You guys can't. Sorry guys, you can't see it's by my head. But you can go tap here for text. Edit the text. I'm gonna go. Edit text on bar. Wait. Okay. What should I call? I'll be like DJ Anton.
Party like it's 1999.
It should pitch up. I think I've moved it now, which would be great. But if I let me just see. Maybe I've hidden it. There we go. Your name.
This breaks a big bar to entry that would have existed before, where to make your stream look pretty, you would have had to dive into Photoshop and know how to design and come up with all of these things on top of trying to master the stream and try to get your concept sorted and everything. So much of this is done for you now. Made a lot easier than it used to be. And then just smart use of these would make your stream look very unique, even though you're just borrowing things like templates from the internet.
So yeah, DJ Anton. I think it's hidden underneath. I think I've done something. I think I've broken something here. I've put it underneath. Oh no. Or maybe if I drop this, there we go. DJ Anton's name is in the window. And then if I save it, so you top right and you click save. Then if I go to OBS, it's literally pulling a browser source. So there, it changes it dynamically for you. So like the DJ Anton's over here. So yeah, there's literally, there's a lot of things you can do in Stream Elements too. I wasn't going to actually show you this today, but it's like for those of you who want to do some like transparent overlays and stuff, it is quite nice. You can, yeah.
Yeah, I think the half of the purpose of today was yesterday we spoke about what streaming is and tried to differentiate it from like normal video uploads. But then it's difficult to conceptualize a show for yourself and to try and come up with what you'd like to do for your assignment if you don't know how you would go about doing it or how difficult it would be and so on. So a lot of this would give you an insight into what you could do. Maybe this sparks an interest in how to make your stream look pretty or something. And then tomorrow when we design your shows, we try and conceptualize them properly, then you'll have a good idea of what a stream is. You'll have a decent idea of how to go about creating it, and then you'll have all the information you need to be able to conceptualize your own show.
Yeah, I think that's. Oh, wait. Okay, are we going through settings today?
I think we need to just at least introduce how that works, because
Okay.
I think there might be a misconception about how this works, because if a student has done this, it's probably been an Instagram live stream, in which case you just literally click on it and say, I'm going live.
Okay,
And
so
choose the camera, and it's just magic.
So we've done. We've done the fun part now. Everybody should be pretty excited about what the possibilities of this stream should look like and how easy it is to put together. Right? We've been able to cut like this and do some really cool stuff. What's going to happen now is that it just gets a little bit more, a little bit tougher to, and also like I don't know your line speeds, I don't know your connection types or whatever. On the bottom right over here, you'll see your controls. Let me just bring this down actually. So these are your controls. You start streaming, start recording, so you can record locally as well. So you can create a show and just record stuff to your drive. Studio mode, don't worry about that. Studio mode literally just allows you to see the previous scene, so don't stress about that. And then your settings. If you click on settings, you will get get familiar with the stuff as best you can, because this will help you out. Remember, OBS has got two functions. You can stream with it and you can record with it. So when you go to the settings tab, you'll see general, you'll see stream, you'll see output, you'll see audio, you'll see video, you'll see hotkeys, and you'll see advanced, okay? The first thing people do is they often stream with OBS. So you click on stream settings. Here you can plug your service in. For you guys, you're going to be putting in your YouTube channel. So you use the drop down menu and you click on YouTube, right? And then it will find, you'll need your stream key. See, they've even provided a link for you to get your stream key. If you guys have activated your Twitch, your YouTube channels for live streaming, you should have access when you click on this to where your stream key is. I'm not going to click on that because it's going to bring up my stream key, and it's going to be it's unwise for me to have that on a broadcasted clip. Okay, right. So that's all you guys need to do for YouTube. When you click on output, it separates the section in simple mode to two different outputs: streaming and recording. All right. So streaming, it's going to ask you what bit rate you want to output at, and this bit rate is literally the file size that you're pushing out. Now, when you order an ADSL line or a fiber line, or you've got your 4G, you have an upload speed, like as well as a download speed. When you have ADSL, they give you a pittance of an upload. They give you like a megabyte, and they go like, oh, you got a 10 meg line, but you've got like a megabyte to upload. This video bit rate is literally dependent on your upload speed. It's what you are broadcasting out. Your upload is what you're pushing out to the internet, right? I have a very beefy line, so I make sure that my bit rate's really high. 5,000 kilobits is a very nice bit rate. So 5 megabits per second up looks very nice. You should be able to get a really good...
What happens if you set this setting higher than your internet can actually handle?
Ooh,
does it break or what?
Yeah, like there'll be frame drops, there'll be tears, there'll be like there'll be a bar the bar at the bottom of the screen over here. So if once you click live, it says here live, your duration live, whatever. There's actually like a health bar. Remember yesterday I was having problems on my stream. Mm-hmm. That health bar was red and down and pushing at 700 megs. It's not fun. So you need to work out. You'd have to do a line speed test and see what your upload is. So you go to speedtest.net.
Is it okay? So it's helpful to do a speed test and you run off that.
Yes. Also, that's why, like when Nati was saying yesterday, he's going to go hike. I want to know what the upload speed to the 4G network is on that hiking route before I even start streaming. So this is why this is relevant. Anyway, so look, like you can stream at like 2,000 kilobits a second. If you've got fiber, you shouldn't have any problems. If anybody's got fiber, you should be fine. The bottleneck will not be your internet speed then. It will probably be your hardware speed. If you're on 4G, that's going up and down. You've got to work out what's happening there. Your encoder is what it's basically what's doing the encoding for you. So something has to do the work in your computer to encode the whatever footage is being broadcast. Usually you would choose X264 because that's your processor, right? The processor is going to be handling it. But because I've got a cuck Intel processor on this machine, and I've got a really banging NVENC encoder with my NVIDIA GPU, I'm going to go NVENC. If you guys have got gaming rigs at home and you've got NVIDIA hardware, make sure your drivers are up to date and you've got NVENC as selected. Everybody else...
Depending on your setup, it would be good to just Google what your best option would be.
Depending on your setup. I don't know what this QSV is. That can fit sec. I don't know what that is. But it's usually X264 or NVENC. I use X264 on my mainstream because I've got an AMD CPU. The 2700 is chef's kiss. It's amazing. So I'll spend money on a banging CPU because I want the best output. Okay, that's for your live stream. That's all you're going to care about. When you are recording for yourself or you want to use OBS for other projects, you will click on this recording tab over here and you'll have a look at what's possible. Right? There's like the all that stuff. Also replay buffers. It gets complicated. If you need a more advanced look, if you guys are more au fait, the more knowledgeable you become with OBS, you can change from simple to advanced. I use advanced because I want to find out what's going on. You can choose like what CPU usage, a speed it's being processed at. You can choose like the slower the better. If you use placebo, I don't know any computer in the universe that can use placebo right now unless it's a server farm. One day.
But listen, at one stage, we didn't have to look at this. I don't think anybody's going to.
I think it's interesting to know the difference between simple and advanced. You're probably not going to use simple or advanced. You're probably just going to use simple. But I know Mildly is messing around. He might want to dabble with the advanced stuff. Just because, yeah. And also you'll find YouTube tutorials that are going to help you. And those YouTube tutorials are going to be some people that go, nerdy glasses push up. Like, make sure you're going to advanced. I'm one of those people. So like, I like going into advanced and fidgeting there. Then after output, you get your audio settings. You can choose your sample bit rate. Don't worry too much about this stuff. For our purposes, but it's good to know it's here. You can add you can add extra microphones. You can add extra default. You can enable other mic. So, for instance, if you're recording a podcast, like Joe Rogan's probably using OBS, and they've probably got this all set up, like in the studio, like different microphone inputs, and they've locked their system down. But I mean, you don't
I
necessarily.
was just going to ask something about that. To what degree do you customize this on like a stream-to-stream basis, or do you generally come up with settings in that?
I have one show on Twitch, and all my settings are the same. But remember, that's what your profile is for. So your profile settings, I'm just going to cancel here. Your profile settings in the top left-hand side allows you to create different settings and different layouts for different shows that you produce. Right? Not scene collections.
So for instance, if you're streaming off your laptop and your mobile, you might want to build a profile for if you're plugged into Ethernet, and one if you're required to use some kind of other.
Yes. Well, you see, 100%. That's a good use case. But like so the scene collection for so firstly, your profile is a profile for your settings. So you'll have a settings profile that you have. You can even export that settings profile to somebody else with a similar setup. Or if you want to put it on another computer, you have a scene collection that you'll also be able to. So your scene collection is literally the arrangement of scenes that you've got on your scenes and sources that you've got on your setup. And you can have a different scene collection for your talk show, that you have for your gaming show, that you have for your podcast. You can have like 3 of those, and those might all have different settings. If you're using the same...
That's why these two are different. That's why the profile and the scene things can be saved independently, right?
Yes, because your profiles, your settings tab might be the same on this machine. For instance, like my bitrate being pushed out on my podcast might be the same as my bitrate being pushed out for my game, right? So that's why you have those things. But don't for our purposes, we're not going to be building 2 separate profiles or 2 separate scene collections.
Yeah,
it's good to know that they exist.
I want to speak about this is we're pretty hard on students generally about learning very, very early to manage the media well and to keep saving, using good file names and whatever those things. OBS doesn't quite work that way. You don't save a project file for OBS and that's a project. You have kind of like these 2 independent things that
that's a good question. It's a good point. When you close OBS and reopen it, it uses the last state as its save state. So like we've built the scene now, there's no saving it. I can just press the cross in the top right hand corner, and when I open up OBS, it'll be exactly where it was from the last time I used it. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So that's cool. It's like a grain of sand on my mouse pad. It is so annoying. So here's the one tab you're going to want to use is your video tab. I'm just going to bring it up here. It's there. So you click on the video tab, and then you can choose your base canvas. It's generally both 16:9. You can, as far as I know, change it for different use cases. You can type it up. So
I played around with the idea of streaming to Instagram using OBS.
Oh,
and
good luck.
Made it 9:16 quite easily.
How did you get?
No, I was just playing around. I would never do it.
It's quite hard to stream from OBS to Instagram. There's like a service that you use, and it's a bit dodgy. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, it's
but
your live service.
But if you do, like, again, here's the thing: if you use that service and you're using OBS with scene collections to stream to Instagram, already look at how different you can make your Instagram stories to everybody else's. Again,
I've never seen anybody do that.
No, so no one's got scrolling text or like stickers over their thing. Like it's literally what is the default?
Camera.
Yeah, like this is why it's one of those things. You just do an ounce bit more work than anybody else, and that work shows. It goes like, oh wow, one of my favorite parts about content creation is that if somebody that does it all the time or who consumes a lot of it watches you and goes, how did they do that? Then you're winning. You're like a league ahead of everybody else. If people don't know how you did what you did, you're a league ahead of everybody else. So again, it's one of those things. You just need to do like an ounce bit of work, and then everyone's like, wow, how did you do that? Basic. Anyway, so So here's your. Let me just bring this back up to let's get back to the point here. So this video setting over here is your base canvas resolution. You can have your output resolution different from your base canvas, but make sure that it's the same aspect ratio. So 1920 by 1080 would be what's it's geez
1280 by 720.
1280 by 720. There we go. Yeah, it comes up. So you can. So
I think you need to be careful with this. Sometimes if your hardware isn't strong enough, even this little conversion, doing it live can be a bottleneck on your system.
So I recommend people do 1280 by 720 as their base resolution, because it's
Instead of scaling it live.
Yeah, and also people that are watching this at home aren't watching this at like the highest resolution and the most frames. So people are watching on their phones, and like a lot of those things are unnoticeable. This is your frame rate, so you can choose it to 60. So this is already a lot easier for your system to ingest. Because I've changed my base canvas resolution, once I click apply, this is going to shrink. But the sources aren't going to. The sources are going to stay the
same. Scene setups break because they're positioned incorrectly and scaled incorrectly and stuff.
Yeah.
So you kind of need to make up your mind about your base canvas size before building extensive scenes. Otherwise, you'll have to redo it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to change my base canvas back to how it was. So yeah, I would start with working that out, and then lastly, hotkeys. Hotkeys can be applied to any function in the stream that you want. Muting and unmuting your microphone, or muting and unmuting a source. But what I like to use these things for, and I recommend that you guys do, is, as you can see, it's split up by scene. So scene 1, scene 2, those are the different scenes that I've built. I've built a scene 1 and scene 2. It'll be named whatever you name it, and then all the different sources. So if I go to scene 1, I want to switch to scene 1 and I want to create a hotkey, and I'm just going to press 1 as my hotkey to switch to scene 1. And then switch to scene 2, I'm going to press 2. And then I press apply and OK. If I juggle 1 and 2 on my keyboard, I'm cutting between the two scenes. So this is great if you are like, if say you've got if you live streaming a wedding and you've got a couple of like three cameras. Most live shoots are 3 cameras, so you have a wide and 2 close-ups. You'll be able to cut between the scenes just by pressing the buttons, which is really cool. And remember the scene transition. Let's do the slide and let's do it like 2000. Oh, this is going to be so hectic. If I press the hotkeys, it does that. You get me? You get me? Are we all with me? Are we all on the same page? Yo, I get so excited. We've already built like a basic live stream, but no one's going to watch this. But yes. But yeah, and that's it. That's literally like the most complex. We've actually just gone through the most complex part of OBS. And as you can see,
some of these things do need customization. So some of those browser sources and things, you might have to edit text and stuff. So to what degree do you have to plan ahead and sit down and you set up your stream before you even start? Is that like minutes or hours, or what is typical as far as that's good?
Like for me now, I don't spend too much time. Like I spend about 5 minutes getting my stream ready. But for most people, like for you guys at home, it's good to just dabble with this stuff and understand it. The only reason it takes me 5 minutes is because I understand this stuff a lot. I stream nearly every day, so every problem I've come up with, every head bang I've had, I've beat my head. Does that make sense? Like, so
yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I would say have some time. The more preparation, the better. Like to do cool camera cuts and to do all this stuff takes preparation. Do some trial test runs. Record a couple of things. Record when it says like use the there's a recording button over here. You can literally record like a dummy stream and have it and listen back. Like, what are the audio levels like? What am I doing wrong? This is recording because you can literally have a full screen Canon camera set up on your desk like this, and I can sit down and do like a proper delivery to camera and record it directly to my hard drive as opposed to the SD card. Fancy, and then edit it on that machine, which it speeds up your production time quite a lot, especially for YouTube. So yeah, that's there are lots of ways that OBS can be used. I know a lot of big YouTubers that record directly into OBS because it's just more efficient. For their purposes.
Tell me, Grant, what is typical if a student would design like a really ambitious set of scenes and all these kinds of things that they'd like to do, and now they plan the actual live show in terms of content and stuff? How difficult is it to get into live streaming as an actual like technical skill while you're actually streaming? Because you're thinking of content, but you're also thinking of actually managing the stream. Do they need to be conservative, or should they go all out and just deal with it on the way? What do you?
No.
Or is it not the same for everybody?
So it's do simple things well. Don't do anything too crazy. If you can do the basics and do them extremely well, you can always like the more competent you become, it's like running on a tightrope. Like you'll be like, you'll get better and better and better, and you'll be able to, I don't know, surf better spots because you know like the hardware a little bit, you know, more. Like I would go like work within your limitations for now, especially for this project. Like go like, okay, cool. I can set up like 3 or 4 scenes, and I really like how they're turning out. And then when if you enjoy the process of live streaming, you're gonna watch other streamers and go, ooh, how do they do that? And then you'll start learning as you go along. I always say when you bump your head, like when you do the stuff, you'll just learn a lot quicker. Like, but for the sake of a project for you know, for college, just hand it in, get it out of the way, rather mess up while your friends are watching on a live stream, and then work out like, you know, work it out as you go along. And also just watch copious.
If you guys imagine starting this program, not knowing how to film, not knowing how to edit, not knowing much about content, and then figuring out along the way, because you plan your content and then you go shoot, trial and error, then you go edit, trial and error. But now you're actually doing all of those things at the same time. So you need to be conservative and know that, okay, I can actually manage to do all these things at the same time, smoothly, reliably. And it has to be so kind of like second nature and like muscle memory that you can actually afford to focus on the content, because that's why people watch this. They're not coming to watch you juggle buttons. There are hundreds of people that do this. So you need to be interesting. They want to be invested in what you're actually saying in your stream, not how you produce it.
I think one of the
same as video production.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things is concepts comes before the execution. So again, like what I was saying yesterday, is that your idea is going to inform how you make something, and that again, that might be the simplest thing. You might come to Anton and go like this. I think this is too simple. But if your idea is strong enough, it doesn't matter. Like you're still going to be learning core competencies. And then the next time you come up with a more complex idea, like a 3-camera shoot, you're going to understand how to do that 3-camera shoot. This is just about like the idea is the most important part of execute and try get it to work properly.
Bit like the vlog that we had earlier in this course, where it's not a vlogging program. It's not a vlogging course. It's something that is important for you to know about. I can't afford to spend more than a week on live stream at this stage. It's very much an introduction for you guys. So that's why the requirements of the assignment seem so conservative. They seem so simple, because it's literally you need to have a camera, a capture, and some graphic. That's all you need to do. There's no point in making this too complicated. It's only a week, and it's more about the content than anything else. But if you understand the basics and you're interested, you can keep building on that and become a really competent and successful streamer at some point.
Yeah, and also like once you understand this, like what you offer clients is gonna vary. You have the potential, as you can see, like this is free software. Everything we're using is basically free, except for some of the hardware. And as a result, like to set up a live stream event or whatever, it's pretty straightforward. So Ed Motion's asking, how do you do the overlays again? Okay, so there's a couple of ways to build overlays. You can use a PNG. A PNG image will come up as an overlay, so you can literally bring it in as a a media source over here. Or like what I did was I went to streamelements.com and built my overlays for free. and you can do that. So you can build overlays with assets, and they've got a whole bunch of like overlays that you can use. And again, it's using the
What
API.
are the pros and cons of that? Is there a danger in using like stream elements? Like, do they change the things on their side and might break in your stream? Is there any danger like that? Or
No.
can you feel pretty safe?
The only danger is that it takes time to cache, so it'll load in, into the thing.
But that only happens once, right?
Yeah, it only happens once, and then
Okay,
but
so in terms of the actual computational power, there's no real advantage in using a PNG over the stream element.
no, I mean it used to be, but it's negligible now. I mean, the stuff can work on a phone. So there are other benefits. So like as you can see underneath me here, actually let me see if I can zoom in here. Perfect. Wow, this is all real life data that's been brought in from my Twitch stream, because I've connected my Twitch account with Stream Elements. You can connect your YouTube account, but it'll tell you who your latest follower is. This is my latest follower. Alicia Grace was the person that followed while we were streaming. CPK was the latest paid subscriber. Very privileged, actually. He's a very big Minecraft YouTuber.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Then my latest cheer is by Sub Daily. He cheated like $15. 1,500 bits is like $15. Sorry guys.
I have
and
a
then,
silly question about how PNGs are actually used, but yeah, finish.
just 1 second. Joe, you're on a 1 second. I'm on a lecture with some students. Can I just show you to the screen?
Sorry.
Guys,
What are you doing?
wait, I'm lecturing live streaming.
Oh, you're doing a lecture?
Yeah, it's a lecture.
Oh, sorry, dude.
No worries. I'll call you. I'll call you in the next like 20 minutes.
Cool, all good. Sorry, Professor Hines.
You can say, yeah, Professor Hines. There, okay, tell them.
Bye, guys. Carry on.
I got. I'll see you now.
Those guys that crash the Zoom calls.
Yeah, and you just got out the shower.
See you
Okay,
in a bit.
I'll see you now. Okay, so he's also he's a big YouTuber. His name's Joe Sugg, and I think he's on 8 million subscribers now, 10 million subscribers. But he's also just gone. I've been running his live streams. He's been doing a lot of live streaming himself, and I've been building his assets
cool.
and stuff. So that would be a live streaming call. That's why I answered it. I thought it might be worth answering it.
Sweet.
Okay, so
Did you have a thought? Because I have a question about the PNG.
go for it.
Okay, so I assume that if you make a change on stream elements, that it would update in your stream, or do you have to kind of like refresh that link, like paste it again?
No, it updated. I showed it update live when I changed it to.
Okay, cool. Then the related question is like, say you do decide like, no, I'm not going to change this too often. I'll design a PNG and I'll use the PNG. And now during a live stream, you want to make a little quick change. You jump into Photoshop, you save it as the same file. Will that PNG update in your stream, or would you have to bring it in?
It will update in the stream if it's the same name. If it's the same file name, it's still pulling.
So it keeps referencing it. Okay.
Yeah, you probably have to close and open the program again, but it will pull it back in again.
Okay, so it might be tough during a live stream to do that.
Yeah. So Eddie Motion is asking me how to add the overlay. Remember, it's a browser source. So if I click on Add Browser, then you can go overlay for Eddie. I'm gonna do that. Then it's gonna come up with this page. It says here that there's a URL that you need to enter. That URL is this URL on here. So it's you copy paste. So if you go either preview, you can preview this window, open in a new tab. That web page, can you see this is what it looks like? You can just copy this, paste, and then I'm gonna go 1920 by 1080, and then it brought it in. It actually did. You can't see it because it's over the existing one. But if I drag it around, it's here, as you can see. Make sense? Anton.
Yeah, he might be doing it at the same time as you're demonstrating.
Yeah, no, he's got it. He's
Just
got it.
hanging back. Yeah.
Any other questions? We've actually nailed like everything today. Like, if you guys have good grasp of this,
I was also just thinking, like, while you're speaking, like, what the hell do we have to do now? I want to brief the exercise. Maybe that'll lead to a little discussion that we can still have until we take a break from 11. But yeah, what I want you to do today in the break before we resume again at 12:30 is to just based on the best idea you've had so far and something that you could do from home at this stage, like hiking into the mountain on your phone is not going to meet the requirements of the stream assignment at this stage. So at home, try and build like 3 different scenes. So one that only features the webcam, one featuring a source that is going to be useful for you, whether it's a game or the browser or a different window, and then another one like that, but with your webcam in a little frame on the side. And then just play around with it, see how to work with all of these things. Grant, we didn't get to the point where you actually showed how to physically connect OBS to YouTube.
I did.
Did they get where to find the stream key and all of those things?
Yeah, I showed them. It's actually there. If you go to stream and you click on YouTube, there's a link button over here.
Okay, but you would have to set up things on the YouTube side first.
Yeah, but once you click on that, it'll take you through to that page.
Oh, okay.
So that's. But I'm not going to go to my one now because it's private. Nadi's saying that he's having problems adding things to his scene but they aren't showing. Oh, he's adding things to his scene but they aren't showing. What are you adding? Because that's firstly. Secondly, no, I don't want to change that. Right click on here and go. Make sure that this says enable preview. Not because you can. If you don't enable preview, it's going to look like this. If you right click and you go enable preview, you'll be able to see everything. And are you using a Mac? Here we go. But it should work on Mac. Because also it might be problems with the things that you're adding as well. Look, learn your strongest ally is learning how to add things, learning how to Google stuff. So, and it's actually harder than you think. So when using adding an image. Okay, so there might be a problem with your image, but like if you go, again, firstly, make sure that when you've added the image and it's here under sources, here, that you right click on it and you go transform, fit to screen or stretch to screen or something here so that you can see it physically. And make sure that it's
not underneath something else.
Yeah, and make sure that it's not underneath another source over here. So these sources are like, if I bring this image all the way to the top, it's on the layers display on top. If I drag it at the bottom, it's underneath. So you might have an image that's displaying and then you're adding another image and then it's disappearing. That makes sense. It's going to be hard for me to troubleshoot everybody's problems again, because I'm not in class and I'm not running around. I used to go behind everybody's computer and they go, oh, that's the problem. Google adding PNG, not seeing it OBS, or like be as granular as you can with your searches. It's not showing it.
He's trying because it's not showing in the source tab at all.
Then there's something wrong with that file. Then like an image on a Mac will come up. So you're not seeing, you're clicking add. Maybe you're doing image slideshow, not image. So like when you or maybe you're pressing cancel instead of okay. I know that sounds obvious, but like I've done that before. Like I'll do something really silly and go like, oh, that's what I wasn't doing. And this is the first time you're adding scenes, so it's sometimes like a little bit like you butt your head and go, oh, okay, that was. Why did OBS put that button there?
OBS? What's the odds that the OBS is broken? Then you have to restart.
No,
At
OBS
what stage if something isn't happening.
OBS is stable. It's especially if you've
OBS
got what version? Yeah. No, but especially with something like
I assume everybody installed it like since I prompted them to on Friday, so it's going to be a very, very
OBS version 24 is really good. How do you hotkey zoom? Okay, don't worry, Matthew. Don't worry. I'm using plugins. It's complex. You can if you can try, but there's a guy called defrag on YouTube, and he's got thing. Just Google Zoom OBS defrag, or Nutty has a new. It's a motion plugin called Stream Effects. But like, I wouldn't unless you have a couple of weeks of experience with OBS and you understand how it works, I wouldn't put plugins in. Plugins just make things a little bit, another layer of complexity that's not necessary for your test.
Is it worthwhile discussing the difference between the limitations that we have doing it with a Mac and what you're experiencing on your PC? We mentioned earlier very quickly that there was a difference in multiple sound sources, and also I think the menus won't always look exactly the same. So is it worth having a discussion on that, since some students are on Macs and their menus might look different?
From my recollection from the class we had last year, the biggest problem is audio. So getting multiple audio sources into OBS was a problem. Like trying to add desktop audio was hard. There is an app called Soundflower that turns your, and I would Google Soundflower, it's called, or Voice Meter Banana, and it turns Soundflower turns your different channels on your Mac, and it just gets really bleh. I wouldn't necessarily do it. You might spend like an exorbitant amount of time trying to get your desktop audio into the stream on a Mac.
No, I've actually, that's why I capture our lectures on the PC, because I can have whatever is coming from the computer as a source, and my mic is a different source, and no problems at all. On the Mac, you need a third-party plugin.
Mildly, have you Googled that? Going like that specifically, like my Intel, like Intel shows, but NVIDIA doesn't on OBS or something, like, because sometimes it takes me 3 days to solve a problem. But I need to sit at your computer for a while before I can even like work out what is going on. Yeah, it does take some time. Otherwise, just submit your project with your Intel thing, because it might be like where the output from your GPU is. Like I did this once. I put my HDMI output into my motherboard directly, not into my. I know this is a real noob gamer move, but then I didn't put it into my GPU, and then I wouldn't pick up my GPU. Huh?
No, I hear you. That's it happens at the school as well. People plug it into the wrong input.
No, but I mean, now that I did it, like I can't forget about it. Like,
and you know to look out for it next time.
Yeah.
It could take a day to figure that out.
Yeah. Like unfortunately I can't like manually troubleshoot every single machine, but what I do recommend is just like the forums are really, really, really good. Of course, yeah. No, he's right. No, Mildly's correct. That's the rest. Like if
at this stage, because if you had an idea of doing something in your stream and your hardware setup now makes it problematic, then maybe it's a good idea to revise your plan, just to make things easier. So on a Mac, just to clarify, if somebody didn't get that, you can't capture computer audio. So you can capture audio from your microphone, but if you play something in a YouTube capture or something, you can't use that source in your stream. That's a Mac thing. So don't make that part of your concept or make it a requirement for you to be able to stream what you want to, because you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. But carry on asking around this, and you're right. That is a good solution. Like find a shortcut solution to submit by the end of the week, because you like to do the motion plugins took me like a weekend of full, like basically Thursday till Sunday. I spent like.
And you've been doing this. It's not like you're new to streaming.
No, it was when I found out about it, and like there were problems, and I had to troubleshoot, because some of these things are new to you guys. Just submit what you can and get the idea, and then make sure that like when I say Googling is your biggest, I'll tell you why. I know this is also like this weird epiphany. One of the good examples was the reason I can zoom like this was I was watching the Call of Duty Modern Warfare announcement live stream. And I've always wanted to do sports squeezebacks. So sports squeezeback is when the gameplay, this whole scene, it would be a nested scene, by the way, would shrink into the top right hand corner, and then you'd have like bars on the either side, which would have like text or whatever. And then after 20 or 30 seconds, it shrinks back to a normal full screen scene, right? So that's what a normal sports squeezeback is. And it blew my mind that OBS didn't have that built into it, because it's such a great software. But while I was watching...
It's so obvious.
Yeah, it's so obvious. But while I was watching this this live stream, I noticed that they were doing it. But the webcam that they had when they crushed in was actually in the bottom corner. So instead of shrinking the source, like I was searching how to resize a source. I had this epiphany that they were zooming in and out because the item was there. So I Googled the right word after 2 years of looking for this thing and said how to zoom in OBS. And all of a sudden, the right tools were like provided for me. Like I worked out how to do exactly what they're doing. So I spent like 3 full days working out how to do that. And that was the power of just having the right way to search for something, the right terminology to use can reveal way more for you than just, try work out other ways to say what your problem is or to express your problem and be as specific as possible. Like Nati was having problems adding like image. Like, what is that image? Have you tried adding other images? Try adding other images. If every different file format image isn't up like loading to OBS, something is severely wrong, right? So that's how you troubleshoot it on your own. And then you go like, images aren't appearing in OBS, but other sources are. Or maybe every source that I've added to it is not appearing. You see how many different ways, how many different kinds of problems it could be depending on what you do to troubleshoot it. And this happens. This is not just the live streaming. This is like you're on shoot with a camera, and you press and you press the trigger to and it's just not working. It's just autofocusing, and you're like, shit. Okay, why is the shutter not going off? And now I'm at the wedding. It's like, that's the worst time to be in that situation. You just need to learn how to troubleshoot things calmly and patiently and go like, okay, the bride and groom are standing in front of me, but I got to spin around with my phone and search for the right thing.
Look like you're freaking out. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be cool. And it's the same on a live stream. I'm doing stuff, I can't look panicked, So I've got to go, oh, something's up. But anyway.
Yeah, it seems like you're justified freaking out entirely, but you're working with a client or you're presenting to viewers, so you have to look after yourself. I have an interesting story I'll try and share very quickly. One shot, it was at Zoopy, so it's the company that Grant and myself worked
Was
at.
it the guy that's name started with a J?
No, you have stories about him. I've erased him from my memory. I've got his he doesn't exist. But not too far off. I was on shoot with Chris and Amanda.
Oh,
you
no.
can get an idea of what that would be like.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had to drive through to Paarl after picking up gear in town to go shoot a chef that was doing things. This Austrian chef at this very exotic hotel restaurant. And he gives us 5 minutes to shoot him doing something, and then we have to basically fuck off, right? So it's very stressful, and he doesn't want to do lines, and he's got this thick accent. It's a very difficult shoot. So the one time I'm there and I'm shooting, and we couldn't storyboard it because he doesn't take direction. So we kind of had to wing it, and it's not ideal. And we try the intro a couple of times, and we move on. And at some stage, I realized there's no card in my camera. So the wide camera has been rolling, but I'm getting the actual shots.
Oh, my heart just sank.
but there's literally no card in the camera. And now the options are to freak out or to run away or to cry or to kill yourself. Or, you have so many options. But what I actually ended up doing was I went to my camera bag, I cleaned the lens, and I started a conversation. So what I said was, listen, guys, just while I'm cleaning my lens, I just had an idea. I think there's a different way we could do that intro shot. But I think it's going to work a lot better. So let's try and get that quick. In the meantime, I put the card in the camera, went back, and nobody, even the guy who shot with me, didn't know that something went wrong. So that's how you deal with that. But I mean, this is after producing video for 9 or 10 years. It's not going to happen in your first shoot. But that's at a wedding. Again, the bride's walking down the aisle. You can't stand and like freak out behind your camera. You need to look like everything's perfect.
Yo,
and on
that's
the stream, people are looking at you while you're struggling.
That's a horror. That's a horror story. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could stay calm in that situation. I'm like, guys, I actually had a similar one. I had a similar one. I did a prank video with one of the YouTubers in London. It was one of we were in like Waterloo, and we arrived on location. Prank videos are really stressful because they're relatively easy to shoot, but like the talent is a bit nervous. Like even successful prankers are quite nervous. Your free year subscription of Live has expired. So I get to shoot. I bring all the gear. We arrive, and I didn't bring an SD card as well. Same story. I didn't bring one. So I had to literally go to a store to buy one, and like I just didn't have like pounds to buy like an SD card, because buying an SD card in pounds is fantastic. So I just literally whatever savings I had, like I just used it to buy that one SD card.
Yes, it's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
At least it's a card you can just run off and buy. If it was a card that's like proprietary and you can only buy it off like B&H or something, you'd be very far from okay.
Yeah, I know. No, it was Waterloo, so there were a lot of shops around, but it was a good kilometer or two away from my current location. So he just went to go sit at a coffee shop.
Outside of London would have been difficult.
Yeah, he just went to go sit at a coffee shop and get it done, and then I just left.
That's awesome.
But yeah.
Okay, so guys, so we're about to go into a break time where you'll also have to go and try and set up like those 3 different scenes for yourself. There aren't any particular like briefs on how it should look or what the content should be. It's very mechanical at this stage. I want you to get a webcam working if possible in a scene. So full screen as if you're just presenting something to camera, no graphics. Not at this time. And then a different scene with a full screen capture of something. But try and find something that you would actually include in a stream. If you're a gamer, try and get a game capturing in your scene. And then a third one where you have a combination of the two with your webcam on top of the thing. So that's literally it. It sounds super simple, but you can have so many headaches along the way. But also take a break. And then when you come back at 12:30, we're kind of like just going to try and discuss what went wrong and where the biggest issues were.
Yeah.
I don't think we're necessarily going to have to see the output. If it works on your side, it's usually quite obvious. But that's kind of it for today. Unless, Grant, do you have any other ideas of something they could do at this stage?
No, I think everybody's already doing it, which is really exciting. But also, again, just try solve the problems you can. If you guys will probably be in voice chat next. If you guys are, I don't know.
I don't think you would have to submit anything. We could possibly share, like in the WhatsApp group or something. I don't know.
What we can do is this.
Discord.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can make like a room quick in Discord under content creation. I'm just gonna make
everybody could share.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no.
This is what's this called? I'm just gonna call Orms.
Okay, so that could work. If we could share files, then everybody, if you can line up like 3 p.m.
Can you guys all see the Orms chat under content creation? The Orms text chat. It's underneath fan art. Sorry, we're using like a weird system. I don't usually. Maybe I can add it to the recording session.
What are we looking for under content creation?
Wait.
Orms.
Wait. No, I've moved it to recording. I'll delete it after this.
Okay.
It's above us. It's above the green room here. Can you see? It says Orms.
Okay.
And you can add your images to that, and we can have a look at everything. So
Okay.
I'm going to change your life. I'm going to change your life. For those of you on Windows, press Windows key, Shift S, and then it'll be you can drag a region and it'll screen grab it for you and copy it to the
It's better
clipboard.
than print screen.
Yeah, then you just do that. Like you can just upload. There we go. Like that's up. So I've just done a quick, and then on a Mac, you guys know how to screen grab on a Mac, I'm sure.
Okay, so let's try and group these like together so your 3 posts come through at the same time, so we can see your webcam working, your full screen capture, whatever that is, and then a combination of the two. But don't put them on here yet. You're going to screw around with this for the next hour and a half or so, and then when we come back, we'll prompt. We'll say, okay, Matthew, can we see your 3 images, and we can discuss what went wrong and issues and stuff. I think that's cool, right?
Cool. Any questions? No? I'm going to keep the stream rolling, but I'm going to keep it on mute. So you just guys, you'll know when I'm sitting down again. All right.
Cool.
All right. So what time are we coming back? Sorry, 12:30.
12:30. I'm just seeing Yannick is typing. Just want to see whether there's a question coming.
Unlikely.
I think he's just typing for no reason.
It's gonna.
What is going
Everyone's
on
memeing.
here?
Everyone's memeing. Game thrower. Sorry, man.
Everyone's always memeing.
This is the. He's just one of the community members. We're in a public room here, so. Okay. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll chat to you guys later.
Matthew is asking you something.
Oh,
Like,
Matthew?
I thought you were
Grant, I
brothers.
had to
Who's
say,
this?
you remind me so much of this YouTuber I follow.
Who is that?
Like, I thought you were brothers. I don't know. Maybe he was thinking about me. That would be a lol.
Actually, I just realized
Just with a different hair color or something.
you remind me of do you know Tom Syndicate?
Oh, yeah, I know him. He's we streamed with him the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But you're not brothers.
No, we're not brothers. No,
Yeah.
by any means.
Fuck, that's pretty awesome. I used to watch him quite often.
Yeah, he's
Oh, wow.
he's killing it now with Call of Duty coming back.
Mm.
All right, I'm gonna make some coffee.
Right.
And then
Great.
I'll check. So
I'll be on WhatsApp and email if anything comes through like very, very urgently. Otherwise, the point of the conversation starting at 12:30 is to see how it went and solve problems that you came up with. It's always difficult to do something for yourself for the first time. So I think actually, if you've been following along with Grant and building your scenes and stuff, it's kind of like a shortcut. So you kind of know how to do it now. So rather delete all scenes, like everything, and then just start from scratch so you can see where you get stuck if you do it on your own.
Anton?
Yes.
So at the end of the hour and a half like break, you want us to like show you what we've actually done, like using screen share or cap? Or something?
Yeah, I think that'll be the easiest.
Okay.
So we don't actually have to stream today. I just want to see whether you can set up the basic scenes in.
Yeah, and
OBS.
people are
That's,
gonna it'll have like the problems. If you screen grab them, it might be easier for me to identify what's happening. You know.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll take a break and see you guys at 12:30.
Okay.
Alright.
Cheers. See you guys later.
Farewell.
Bye bye.
Yo. How's it? I've got Z to toggle mute, and I've got X that toggles deafen. Ah. Or 1 and 2. Okay, that's on the other side. Alright, so yeah. So toggle mute is the minus, numpad minus. Toggle deafen is numpad plus. So what's the difference between mute and deafen? Okay. As in people in my Discord chat. Cool. Right, there. Yeah. Syndicate. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's because I'm thinking about the way that I like it is that because I don't want to piss everyone off in my team by going, thank you so much for the bits, Daisy. Thanks for the follow. So I don't want them. I don't want the people in my Discord to hear that. So I would then press mute or deafen. Yeah. So it just mutes. So so my team can still hear me. No, my team can't hear me. But everyone on the stream can still hear my team talk. Cool. Okay, so that's the name I want. Yeah, because I always think it's not fair on my team for me to constantly be like, thank you for this, thank you for that, constantly while they're like, yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah, cool. Okay, it's good that I got that done. And then, so that's done. Escape there. Let's just double check that worked. Also, when I go on my settings, it shows my, I click settings, user settings, and it shows my username and it shows my email underneath it. Is there a way of hiding my email? I'm in streamer mode though. That's what I don't get. Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend, and it says disabled. But and it says, yeah. Let me send you. Let me show you. Hang on. How to do that? Yeah. Turn on camera. Where's screen share? There's not an option for screen share. Got it. Boom. Can you now see? So go down here, look, click settings. Bosh. Do you know what I mean? No, I don't want that at all. Comes straight onto my account. It says my email address, my phone, the last 4 digits of my phone number. Like, absolutely. Woo! Woo! Yeah, I don't want any snaps. And notifications. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, that is what I need. Keep me safe. Shall I click that as well? That's good. My friends are nice. Dude, I swear there's like I'm so worried. There's a time where I like clicked on this because people were trying to help me with my Discord, and I was like, and it had my stuff there. I was like, ah, fuck. Luckily, no one's got my email address. So it's fine. Yeah, but how trustworthy are people like Z-Line and Justin and all this lot? Okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 My thing is like because obviously my audience is predominantly sort of young teenage girls, and I look in my general chat and they're very like active in the chat, which is nice. It's good that they all chat and stuff. Oh my! I clicked on a different chat. I clicked onto the channel. And I went in there and then I heard Zealand go, welcome. And this is, as I was saying, like, I want to make sure that everyone is like, on it and like professional and stuff. And I was saying that into the Twitch sub chat. They're like, oh my God, guys. Left. Yeah. 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 We've got the GTA 5 crew now, which is good. So like I've learned how to like there's a waiting area, so I have to go into the waiting area, and then I manually drag them across into the crew chat, which means that when I'm playing GTA, I can play with just the crew, which is cool. We've got a Twitch subs only chat. But yeah.
Look, the document's open in front of me. I don't really see a lot. No, I don't really see anything that's going to affect how you go about shooting. A lot of it was like comments about the documentation, questions about the time allocation in the audio-visual script, which doesn't really matter at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah, but generally, if there was like a big problem that I had to flag, that's literally why we had to do it this way. I would let you know as soon as possible so that you could then incorporate that into your video when you produce. But I doubt that you'll get that kind of feedback. I think yours is mostly like going forward, maybe add this kind of information, but it doesn't really affect your production at this stage.
Sure. Okay. Cool, thanks.
Okay, so people are arriving. Can you maybe send out, Matthew, if you can maybe just send out on the group just a quick question about who else we can expect back. Who did we lose? We don't have Naughty back yet. We don't have Carl back yet, right?
Yeah, I think it's just those two that I'm missing. I'll send a message on the
Okay, thanks. Good times. Before we start sharing stuff, we can at least start chatting about it. So, any of you run into like massive problems, like real headaches, or is this going to be an easy session? Do you think?
Kinda. I don't know what massive headache means.
Like, couldn't get anything working. The computer caught fire. You had to run somewhere.
I was actually relatively successful, except I managed to initially.
I lost you there. So initially, he's something, and then you stopped.
2 new characters.
Okay, I'll jump in then while we wait.
Cool.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you're back.
Sorry. Must I still speak now, or was someone else speaking?
Yeah, it's fine. Matthew hasn't started yet, so it's cool.
I don't know, it cut off. So I got essentially the display capture wasn't working earlier, so I finally managed to get that working.
You know what the problem was?
I don't. I mean, I went through a whole bunch of forums online, and they asked me. Basically, I went into the graphics settings on my PC, and then went into the program files of OBS and changed it to a power saving mode, and that somehow then I had to restart OBS, and that worked. Very odd. I tried a bunch of other things that didn't work. But then the other issue that I'm now encountering is that once I've got 3 scenes set up, the one has got just my webcam, the other one has got the display capture, and then the third one is kind of a combination of the two. But for the third one, I can't get another video capture device. I can't get the webcam to operate a second time independently of the first one. Okay.
So you can copy and paste.
Right. Yes. You can copy paste. But I can't make a new one. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see. Great. Okay, well that kind of solves that other only real issue I had. I don't think most people do. I do because I did IT at school. No, it's basically that was it.
Cool. So that solves the issue, right?
Yeah,
The same
yeah,
webcam
that's
twice,
working,
different
that's working
scenes.
perfectly now. Just a quick question with the display capture.
Yeah.
So when it's on and you're in OBS, you're always just seeing the infinite duplicates. You're never actually seeing. You can never actually see what the display capture is capturing when you're not in OBS. Unless you've got two screens. Okay, cool.
Yeah, what I tend to do is I'll have a different device that actually I kind of view the stream on, like what actually is on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But there's always a delay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thingy over to the next scene. You know what I mean?
Sure.
To the next window, so you can watch your OBS in the one window, and then you can.
Yeah.
Everything that's happening on the one screen is going through an OBS. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Great. Thanks.
Cool. No worries. If you're struggling with that, if anybody's struggling with that and they don't have two screens for this thing, you can also hide your preview. So you right click on the actual preview window, and you can hide your preview, and then it won't use as much resources on your machine, which is quite nice. And then you can at least see what sources are available and what scene it's on will tell you, highlighted and all that stuff. Marcelius. Wow.
Yeah, you're a chipmunk, but we can hear something.
Wow. Okay, Marcel, we're gonna have to sort your microphone. It sounds like it's a bandwidth issue.
That's weird.
Oh, it's working now.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah. Is it normal?
Yeah, it's normal now. Yeah.
Yes. Like.
I basically, as far as I made 3 different scenes that could fade from each other. The one was me sharing my DaVinci Resolve with my camera in the corner, so you can see my screen. And then the video I was editing, the end result was the next scene. And
cool.
And then I can't remember what my third one was because I'm not.
So here's a great example. In your editing scene, right? You can embed the scene of the final video you're editing somewhere else.
Ah, cool.
That's what I mean by nesting. So like that's so cool because you can literally go like you can just go to the scene with your editing timeline, and then you add a source, and then you add that scene of your window, editing window, and you can then drag it around the actual big scene. So people can see it like live while you're cutting it.
I'm checking. Add. Okay, now I'll figure it out.
No, do it now quick. I just want to see if it works.
1 second.
I think for the next couple of days, as you play around, if you think that, hey, it would be nice to be able to do this, do a quick Google search, see what is easy, and then since we have like tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday left, we might be able to play around together and help you get to something that's pretty cool and still manage.
I mean, that's already like that can just having that scene, knowing that you can embed that scene makes like that stream a lot more watchable, and also like because you'll be able to see live what that editing is, and then whatever you do to that scene, you can even like add text over it that says live editing window or something, whatever, and then you can literally when you add the scene as a source to the timeline scene, then you know it looks cool.
The kind of silly thing that interests me when it comes to this kind of stream is to mount like a smartphone, but like to aim straight down at a desk, and then you can show like the document that you're scratching around in while you're making your notes, like making little planning, like sketches along the way. You cut to that. So, okay, let's try that out in actual edit, and then you do it in there. And that kind of thing could be very fun instead of just having to describe it to the audience.
Yeah.
Would you mind just telling me? I must go. I click on the screen and I say add.
No. So then... no. Go to the scene with your timeline on it. Click on the scene, so it's activated. Yep. Then go to the sources window. For that scene. Then you add, click on the plus, and then you add a scene as a source, and add the scene with the timeline window in it.
Okay, cool.
It's cool, right?
Right.
I love it.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it worked, right? And then you can now you can drag that around wherever you want it, wherever it's appropriate. You don't have to like.
Got it. Yeah, I got it.
Cool. Hey, yo, I love this, man. Okay. Okay, so and you're quite a fan with the cutting and stuff, with the hotkeys and cutting between all the scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
The only thing that I know that I haven't figured out yet is getting the titles to move. I think I.
Oh, right click on the text.
Okay.
And then you.
Sorry, thing's not responding anymore at the moment. So.
Okay. Oh, your computer's slow. Sickling there.
It's not that slow. It's pretty good.
No.
I'm freaking out.
Okay, when it comes round, you right-click on the text as a source, and then you go. It will say add a filter, or filters at the bottom. It's just above properties, okay, cool. And then scrolling is one of those filters.
Okay, cool, got it.
Okay, Matthew.
Yo.
This is very chilled. Matthew, my son.
Alrighty. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So what I did is I created two scenes with my webcam in like the bottom left hand corner. So I'm kind of sticking to the idea of like doing photo editing, like doing myself editing. So I put myself down like the bottom left hand side, and I created a little camera viewfinder PNG to go around the webcam.
Cool. Yes.
Viewfinder.
Yeah.
And then I also put my social media handles in like the top right. And
Good
that
stuff.
was the one scene. And then the second one was just my webcam in the bottom left, and then I had like a bar at the bottom of the screen that had my social media channels, and then at the top I had another bar that would have scrolling text with like the new subscribers and followers that would show up there.
Yes, man. So did you use Stream Elements for that?
I didn't get to the Stream Elements. I just created scrolling text in OBS for now.
Okay.
That just says like new subscribers and followers would show up now, because I'm not quite sure how to do the.
Yeah, you won't be able to do it
Elements just yet.
Yeah, you won't be able to do it with text. You'll have to do it in Stream Elements, because remember it pulls from the API. So, but that's fine. I mean, that's chill. Like, I mean, at least you got a placeholder for where you want it.
Yeah. So those are the two I created, and then I was like, okay, I want to get my Lightroom window to show up here, and I couldn't get it. The only thing I could get to show up was my desktop picture. So after like trying to figure it all out, I was like, okay, let me just keep it as a desktop picture for now, and I'll figure it out later. And then as I was minimizing all the tabs,
there we go.
There was a message that says allow OBS to record your screen, accept or deny, and I hadn't seen that window because it was like under all the windows that.
Are you on Mac or PC?
And then it showed up on Mac, yeah.
Okay, it's good. That's good to know. So anybody that's on Mac, you might have the same. That's probably what Nati's problem was as well.
Possibly,
so he had a pop-up that he didn't see, and he had to say yes.
Yeah.
Because like when my OBS was open, and then I wanted to like look for the Lightroom window, it didn't show up. And then when I minimize all the tabs, there's a thing with preferences, and it says allow OBS to record your screen. You have to then go onto system preferences and then tick all the applications that have permission to have their screen recorded by OBS. So I like tick Lightroom, Photoshop, etc.
Just if anybody has that problem, just Matthew would be able to show them. And like Nati's, if Nati's watching this, could you just
flag it now? That's
awesome. That's good. Yeah, that's very helpful. I don't stream with Mac, so I don't know.
by the time I figured that out, it was time to join the class. So, yeah.
And then Matthew, I think next steps in terms of if you just think about the flow of an episode of your show, you're likely to want to switch to a browser or to find a reference that you can work towards, or in your operating system just to find other images that you've worked on before, but without actually having to drag them into Lightroom. So I'm guessing you're going to need at least one more scene where you can just show references without having to bring it into Lightroom somehow.
Yeah. Also, even if it's
two screens at home, I've got my laptop open and then I've connected to a Dell monitor, so I'm still trying to figure out how to switch between the two.
Yeah, the thing I've struggled with before is if, like on a Mac, if you just press spacebar, you bring up a little preview of an image, right? Which would be great to show, but you can't make that a source as a window capture in OBS because it comes and goes. So as soon as you close and open it again, it's not going to exist anymore. So if you can have a second desktop that is kind of like available, and you display that entire capture, and whatever is on that screen is in one of the scenes as a background, then you can open images and muck around on it and do whatever you want.
There is another way to do this. There's like if all the stage in Lightroom is like a specific size, so you can create a scene with Lightroom in it, and then add that, call that scene Lightroom. Just that's all it is. Then in another add it as a source to another scene, and then you can crop it. So then you can crop it to, and then you can like have like a very custom built scene with a full screen image, and then whatever you do, like when you zoom in to like get rid of blemishes or I don't know, remove stuff, you'll be seeing that live, like bigger. And then when you cut to your normal scene, Lightroom should still be there, or you add Lightroom. Yeah, Lightroom should still be in that scene. I'm not going to overcomplicate it.
And
no, it makes a lot of sense. So you can zoom into the actual work area, and then you can zoom back out to show the entire.
What about this? Might seem like a silly question, but why not just record your whole screen and just put your webcam in the bottom left?
You can, but you might want to, like, I don't know if you want to get granular. Like I preferred that option, and then have another scene like a wide of you going to the toilet or something. I don't know. Like, remember the reason people have those big wide screens of when you leave your desk and you go do something else, like go make some coffee or something. You don't want viewers to leave the stream, because you'll have something that's either engaging in some way. Like that's why I put up, literally the reason I built the roaming camera, the main reason was that I didn't want viewer drop off. So whenever I go to the bathroom or make coffee, I'll lose like 5 viewers. But if I can take my camera with me, then I can still make that entertaining. I mean, it's just about being on. And also I could do like crazy things. Like I do push-ups and stuff off screen or whatever, and then it's more fun, you know? So if you want to do something like that, that's cool.
Yeah, when I'm talking though, like when I'm capturing my screen, like is there... surely the simplest way would just be to record the screen and then have my webcam in the bottom left as a scene, because then if I zoom in on Lightroom on my screen, it's going to zoom in on the stream as well.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, like, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted to have a separate screen where it's like more of the image and no toolbars in Lightroom.
No, I don't think so, because I think people want to see like what I'm adding to the
the mix.
Stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Sweet. Thanks.
Mildly.
Carl.
I was muted, my bad. Hey. Yes. So I've mostly actually been trying to troubleshoot my earlier issue.
You still want to make your thing full screen instead of like very big windowed.
Screen. It's the issue is more that if I'm doing it that way, I can only have one sort of capture. So aka I can basically only capture
what's on your display.
What you call what's on my display. But then it's in using my Intel processor, so it's a lot worse for recording gameplay or so on. And if I go use the NVIDIA processor to record gameplay, I can't record anything else anymore. and I can only do it in borderless windowed.
Yeah, that sucks.
And yeah,
And that's for any game, right?
anything in general. It's just kind of how it works. I don't really understand it.
Okay, quickly. Okay, so you're struggling. What's a display capture? And you were on a PC.
Yeah, well, I'm on a laptop.
That could be the reason. Capture only borderless. Oh, it's not detecting the GPU, hey?
No, it detects it. It's just and I forced it to like detect it also. But for some reason, when I do that,
Try something. Close OBS.
Mhm.
Right click on the button and run it in administrator mode.
I've tried that.
Have you tried that? Okay. Sometimes that
Yeah,
fixes
I'm
it.
sorry, man. I've tried everything.
OBS.
It's fine though. I'll probably be able to deal with it. It's just.
Like you'll be able to stream in borderless window mode for sure. It just sucks because then you're locked to like 60 frames a second or something. And I'm a sucker for frames a second.
It's less I'm locked. It's more that I can't then change the display to anything else. So I'm kind of stuck to just displaying that one particular window because it won't show up anything else.
No, you should be able to. So have you tried game capture?
Game capture doesn't work.
Not at all.
Have you when you open up have you opened up the game and then added the game capture post?
Yeah, it won't work. I have to do window.
But your computer's broken. That's what's happening there.
It's a new laptop also, so it's like, oh.
What GPU's in it?
Things aren't always well suited.
2060.
That's NVIDIA 1660. Was it a 650? I believe. I can't remember. GTX 650. Yeah.
Wait, okay. Let me just see. Display capture not working.
Like it's cool, dude. You probably won't be able to sort it out because I mean, it's something on my hardware. And it's like there can be a million different issues.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's a hardware setting, like and I've had a similar problem on my older laptop as well, and I had a 1070 in there, and I remember not detecting the GPU, just detecting Intel, which was highly annoying. But it was I was running through a capture card, so that was my big difference. I was running the output of the HDMI into a capture card, and the capture card was just thing. But you don't have a capture card, no.
No, I don't believe so. Otherwise, yeah, I just set up my phone as a webcam because I don't really have a good webcam at the moment.
That's fine. Just remember, sometimes there'll be a delay on your phone. Like you might have noticed that there's a delay on my thing.
Very slight, yeah.
So to compensate for that, you can add a delay to any source by right clicking and
you delay everything else.
So you delay all your other sources. So you go filters, you right click and you do add a filter, and then you add like a render delay.
Render delay.
So you just right click on a source. I wonder if you can do it to a scene. You can do it to a scene. Okay, much better.
Yeah.
So I would build all my assets into a scene and just render delay that entire scene. That's the fastest way to do it.
Okay.
Then then nest that scene in your scene with your face cam.
Wait, so where exactly is the render?
So you right click on your scene, and then you go filter, and then you're going to see no filters. It's going to say effect filters 0.
Oh, then I add one.
You add one.
Okay.
And here's, you can add, if you guys have built your own LUTs, I know a lot of you guys are photographers, but you can add your own LUTs to the cameras. You can do whatever you want over here. That's how you do it. And then render delay. I've never actually done that, but that's great. Now there's a problem I've solved for myself now. But if you've got anything else, just let me know. Like, I think it's tough. I think for the sake of this, that problem took me a while to fix. And I think it actually might have went away on its own, like with a Windows update or something stupid. So what I recommend...
The strangest thing...
Yeah?
Sorry, I was going to say the strangest thing was, before I updated my drivers, it worked perfectly.
Here we
but
go. Yeah.
OBS wouldn't let me record because my drivers are outdated. And then I updated them, and it would let me record, but it doesn't capture it anymore.
Did you restart your computer after the update?
Yes.
Weird.
This has been coming on for a while, so I think he's been. I think he's literally tried everything. I think at this stage, remember that. I mean, you need to deal with all of these technicalities and requirement of working with live streams, but this is the content creation course, so it's about the content. So I think. I mean, I don't mind dedicating today and Thursday and Friday to the technicalities of the stream, but tomorrow we will be trying to really refine your concepts for the show. So we will have to work through, like, how does it start? What happens next? What happens in this case? What happens in that case? Yeah. So you either need to now conceptualize your show around these restrictions, or we need to come up with something that's going to be better suited to work on the machine that you've got. Like, you might not be able to do gaming, you might have to do something entirely different. But it seems like since you're struggling to capture anything, I'm not sure what would be a better or worse option. But we need to talk about it, I think.
Right. It's fine, I'll sort something out. Thanks.
Here we go. I found the forum post. I'm actually going to post it in the Discord in our Orms chat. It's describing your issue.
Thank you. Because I've looked at a ton of them, and I've tried every single one, and it would fix something, but then I'd have to something else would go wrong.
Just go have a look. Just go have a look at this. There seems to be quite a few solutions.
Okay, thanks. I'll check it out.
It's a shame the developer said at the bottom in his note, I know it's annoying. I'm not happy that this is the case either. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can really do about it. This is the way laptops are designed in order to save power and battery life. So,
yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting because I'm also streaming off a notebook, so that makes me wonder if I'm going to be running into other issues. But also, I never found that article when I had my problem. So thanks, Multi.
I think it's just luck of the draw,
It's bound to help.
I think it makes sense that the one of the issues you have if you favor Windows or Android over Mac anything is that there's such a large variety of things, and they have such a large variety of combinations of hardware that it makes sense to me that sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't work. So you kind of need to find maybe a streamer that reviews hardware and say, like, listen, this machine works perfectly given everything, whereas the previous model had that issue because of this or whatever.
This would be a very good video if somebody had a YouTube channel like that. This is a great video to make if you've got problems with it. Because I mean,
you kind of need your
PhDs
or serendipity or somebody to basically say, okay, the new Dell whatever is out. Let's test it for streaming. I found it to be good at this, not so good at that. Blah blah blah. But I'm not sure that exists.
So I can't speak. So Coral, you having a problem with display capturing, right?
Display and game capture.
So I tried, about the noise. Tried window capture, and I'm getting my desktop like this, so I can see my mouse move. So
you capture your desktop with Windows.
I try window capture. See what happens when you do that.
It doesn't work for me unless I switch to my Intel processor.
Yeah, go through that article and go through each of these steps. For NVIDIA-based laptops, they've literally got like an NVIDIA-based laptops thing.
Because I was also struggling to display my screen when I selected game capture or display capture. So I tried window capture, and then I can see my browser, and I can switch tabs and stuff like that.
But are you using your Intel processor instead of your proper GPU to record? Because if I'm not mistaken, then the quality obviously will not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if you are restricted that way, now you have to use a CPU for more than one thing or whatever. you might have to try and find a game that's really like easy on your hardware.
Have you chosen in your settings for your output? Have you chosen NVENC as your encoder?
NVENC.
So go to settings and then go to output.
Yes.
Is it NVENC? It's not X264.
Nope.
Okay.
It's fine, guys. I'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll figure. When you figure it out, let us know because I think it's gonna help everybody. Yannick.
Hi, Jim.
Yannick.
I'll be back in a second.
Oh, he's taking a poo.
FYI, I've got Naughty in a WhatsApp chat. He can't get back into Discord for some reason.
Okay.
Discord keeps wanting to update and then fails. So he's restarting his machine again. He's going to try get in there again. Otherwise, I might actually just grab him on a WhatsApp chat and just hold him against the mic so you guys can chat. I have no idea how he's actually...
Retro.
He's just been trying to debug getting into Discord, which is a completely different topic.
I'm back now.
Okay, Yannick, what's up?
So I was, like I said earlier, I was struggling with like display capture, so I took a few screenshots of me trying out like it would work, and I'll show you now there in ohms. So I couldn't display anything, so I just put a PNG replacement for now.
Oh,
and
that's
I managed
nice.
to get the camera working for my phone to like live stream there.
Oh, nice.
I downloaded the VDA5 overlay from the website, and I just something very basic.
No, this looks really cool, dude. And then, yeah, obviously, if you wanted to, you can do like you can add like a color source to the background if you want. So you can obviously design your own one in Photoshop. But if you don't want to do that, or if you can't do that, go to your sources and click add, and then you can add something called a color source. And then you add a color source, and then it's literally like a block of color that you can go 1920 by 1080 file size, and you can select the color and make it like GTA blue or whatever, or yellow or whatever, and then you press OK, and then you can just right click on it and where's color source?
Right. And how do you like when things like in front of each other and like backwards? How do you push things back like backwards?
Okay, so
change the order in the sources window. It displays top down.
Yeah, so can you see the little arrows next to the cog under your sources thing? There's an up arrow and a down arrow. Yannick?
Backwards and
so if you want like
yeah, so it's like
hear me.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I was trying that now, just pushing it forwards and backwards.
Cool. So yeah, that's how you change the order.
Thanks.
Is that all you need? So
yeah, I think I'm pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm still just gonna figure out the display like recording because that doesn't work for me. So I can do with that as well.
I'm glad that you've got like at least a placeholder, because then it's then it's going to be easier to like plan it all out.
And also with the framing of the webcam, since it's like a landscape phone like camera, see that the ratio there doesn't fit.
Yes. So what?
So zoom and crop.
Yeah, zoom and crop is the best way to do it. So you can remember I showed you how to crop, eh? So yeah, let me run through that again with you. So no, it's good because other people I've ran through everything quickly. So you click on your source that you want cropped. I'm doing it on stream now. And then you press Alt, and then you click one of the nodes that are at the top, and then that node will crop from whatever direction you are pulling from. So you pull in from the right, and it'll crop from the right. You pull in from the left.
So hold down Alt in the process, right?
So
you
yeah.
Click plus Alt.
Click and Alt, yeah. And then in your instance, you've got a weird situation where you've got a 4:3 camera that you want to fit into a 16:9 screen, like window. So what you're going to do is you're going to scale it up to fit within that window thing, and then crop to crop in. If that makes sense. I'll do it on this screen. here's a webcam, and you would make it bigger like this, and then you would crop it to fit in like this. You get
Or find a frame that is 4x3. You can.
Yeah, or find a 4x3 frame. It's easy. It's easy enough to make those yourself. But I mean, if you're using Stream Elements for that overlay, I think you custom built that. But if you're using Stream Elements for your overlay, where did you get the GTA 5 logo and this banner, this border from?
It was from the overlays. I just took out other things like the donations and like subscriber things. So I just kind of took everything else out besides the logo and the border.
Oh, I see. So in that overlays thing, they might actually have a 4x3 window for you. They often do. Then you can even get a box one. You can just delete this big 16:9 one and then put the other one in there. If it's on Stream Elements, that's what you said overlay test. Hey, that's the source that is a part of. Yannick? Yo, my Brucci.
Don't know what's happened.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I see you. Are you around? Are you alive? Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's...
Talk?
No, that's pretty much it.
Cool. I would, you got a good grasp of how this system's working. Just build like a couple extra scenes and make sure that you meet your requirements. And I'm excited to see what you put out.
Actually, I have one more thing.
Yeah.
Camera, right when it lags, it's kind of laggy when I move it. My phone camera, like when it syncs onto the computer,
Yes.
kind of lags.
Yes. So you're gonna have to delay everything else on your scene to match up your audio, right? So what I suggested earlier to somebody, I forgot who it was to make your webcam scene a separate scene. So your webcam, can you see this? Can you see the stream? Are you watching the stream at the moment? So you see your webcam scene. You just add, like, say, I'll go face cam or whatever. I'll add my video capture device. I'll add my webcam, this is the one that's full dark. I'll make this a whole scene. Oh, my computer froze.
Okay, so the whole scene that's separated from everything else.
Yeah, and then what you do is you go to your gameplay scene like this, and then, or whatever, that's easier to see on this scene. Then just make add scene face cam, and then you can just bring it here. Then the reason we're doing this is because we can now delay the scene. Oh shit, it's the other way around. Sorry, my bad. You delay. Okay, sorry, I might have confused you guys. So you'll add a delay to this scene. I'm gonna make this smaller, and then I'm gonna add.
You added delay to the scenes with like the overlay and everything else in it.
So you add. So on your face cam scene, I'll add a scene 2, right, to my face cam scene. Hello, add scene 2. Why is this not working? Add scene 2. Weird. Oh, maybe it's because it's got the face cam in it. Maybe it won't let me do that. Yeah, that's why. So then I'll go to scene 2, and then I'll add a filter delay to this of whatever the render. It's called render delay under your filters, and you can whatever. And then you can just work out how many milliseconds am I off by. And it'll probably be like 300 milliseconds or 500 milliseconds. And then when you go to your face cam scene, this will be your full scene with your gameplay in it. like the gameplay will be delayed by the same amount that the webcam is naturally delayed for. Make sense?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Also, just be aware of your audio your microphone audio will also need to have its own delay as well, because the microphone is separate from the scenes. Remember, your microphone is kind of universal in the audio mixer, so you'll have to find out what the delay is on the webcam and kind of match it up with the microphone and the scene. But that's the best way to do it.
Would have to make a microphone would have to make a separate scene for the mic as well, or
no. You just
can you even do that?
No. I would just make the delay on the mic. So you click on this cog, and then you go filters, and it's got the same.
And then relay delay.
Yeah, it should be here. Where's the delay? 1 second. I think it might actually be an advanced property. Yeah, there's an advanced. Okay, so you click on the mic. You click on advanced audio properties, and you find your microphone. My volume's on minus whatever, and then you off sync your delay by plus or minus. So it'll be 500 milliseconds or whatever there, and then you press close, and then it'll come through like 500 milliseconds later. Because remember, you want your microphone audio to match your face cam. So if your face cam is delayed, then it doesn't matter if your audio is delayed, because it will always you want your face cam to always match your audio. Sorry, that might have been a bit complex, but I
think I got it. I think I have it.
I hope everybody understood the concept of what I was trying to do there.
Yeah. Image one from that.
And that's why, but we are going a little advanced with the scene nesting, because you could literally add that delay manually to every single source, but it's quite nice to do it. Okay, so these are from Nati, eh? Okay.
Yeah, he still can't get back into Discord, so he's been dropping in on WhatsApp for me. What he's saying is it's the same issue that he mentioned before, where you try to add an image, but it doesn't appear under sources. Like, it's on the screen, but it doesn't actually list it under sources.
What?
Like, you can see in the screen,
yeah,
like the image is there and the webcam's there, but there's nothing under sources.
What is happening?
Good.
Let me Google that
Does
quick.
Does that make sense at all?
No. OBS image not appearing in sources. And it's an image.
A PNG, I think you said, yeah.
We'll see what other people's problems are. I'm always fascinated by this. Oh, okay, not there anymore.
Where's the Indian tech guy when you need him?
Racist.
It's a compliment.
It's a JPEG, apparently.
Yeah, it should work. This is absolutely bizarre. It should at least come up and in that sources list. It's so strange that it's not in the sources list.
I was just thinking, it doesn't actually matter.
But neither is his webcam.
Exactly, both aren't there.
Okay, so I'm googling the wrong thing. OBS sources not displaying. Showing. Is it on Mac? Hey. No. It is on Mac, yeah.
I think so, but I just asked him in chat. I'm actually waiting for him to respond.
No, it's
I keep forgetting who's on Mac and who's on Windows. He's on Mac.
Yo. It's happening. So Streamlabs OBS, might come across this in your searches, is a versioning of OBS. It's like a reskin. So some solutions might help.
Okay, drop a link in the chat somewhere.
Yeah, let me just find out. Like, I don't want to drop a link to something that's incorrect.
Okay.
Oh no, man! The person's like, we hope you haven't replied in a while. That your problem must be fixed. No.
That's ridiculous. It's so arrogant. You stop complaining, so you must be happy.
Yeah. Okay, I've never seen this issue in my life. In my app, like in all my days with OBS, I've never seen no sources being shown.
But I'm also wondering, since he's trying to get into Discord, whether there's a I don't know, hardware level issue somewhere.
I don't know if Discord's going to do this. Another thing would be interesting to work out.
It seems coincidental that he can't get into Discord and OBS is doing weird things.
Just burn it in a fire. Just take it and burn the computer in a fire. No, I'll be interested to work out if you can rearrange the layout of the sources as well, because like if you can click on it and then move it up and down.
Yeah, so whether it's still something that you can grab and move around, and while it's only in the viewer.
Yeah,
at least it does exist somewhere.
At least you can still. I mean, you can still technically work like this. It's just very annoying.
Yeah, you can't work for long.
No, you're gonna have some. You're gonna have some stops, but like I actually don't know what to do to fix this. Also, your microphone's peaking major. Yeah, there's a lot. This is some massive peaking over here.
Maybe he was shouting because he was frustrated.
Yeah, maybe. Settings. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what to do, actually.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this goes away with a restart or something. As I said, he's experiencing all kinds of problems on his machine. Has anybody else come up with anything we haven't looked at yet? We're running out of time in this session.
Okay, so, just one second. For Nati, if you're still having problems, try installing Streamlabs OBS. It's very similar to OBS, but that might fix your problems. Okay. If you've bumped your head and there's no problem solving, go to Streamlabs OBS and use that instead of OBS. Okay. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying, like, who knows? This might go away with a restart or something. I don't know. But I wanted to just come back and hear whether anybody else has encountered anything that we need to chat about now before we break for the day. I think we've achieved quite a lot, going from never opened OBS in many cases up to some functioning scenes, good enough for maybe executing the brief of the assignment, which is pretty cool. Hopefully nothing about OBS is really scary anymore, which is a good goal for us to achieve as soon as possible. And then you need to do some more thinking about not just like the basic concept of the show that you want to do, but also the flow of the show. Like Grant said, like what happens if you want to go to the bathroom? How do you keep people engaged while you're away? Why don't they just leave and go watch something else? Anything like that. Just go through what could happen in a 3-hour episode of your show. Like the recommendation I gave Matthew, where I said, like, listen, if you want to show a reference image, do you have a scene where you can just pop into a browser quick or open an image that's on your desktop or whatever, so you don't have to kill Lightroom or bring it into Lightroom? Anything like that. Just go through all of the kind of things that would be nice to be able to do. Play around with them, see how they fit in, and we can do some more refining of your concepts tomorrow. Because there's a question that came through in Discord,
Fabian,
about getting his phone to work.
Okay, depends.
Is this iPhone and PC? Is that the combination you?
So if you've got iPhone, you just make sure somebody got the NDI. Who did it? It was Yannick. Chat to Yannick. He's got his NDI camera source working.
Yannick, you're also an iPhone, right?
Yeah,
I'll help him out if he needs.
Yeah, Yannick's,
Okay, cool.
Yannick's on. Yeah, Yannick's on iPhone.
Cool.
You don't get
That's
NDI
okay.
for Android
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
It'll fix later, I'm sure.
Yeah, the solution that Nati had, Nati in his tutorial.
Is it?
I forget what the exact application was, but that was like a Huawei phone or a Xiaomi or something, and it grants the functionality, slight delay, better quality than the normal webcam, worked pretty nice. But that was also not that was an iPhone. For those of you who have a different kind of phone.
Yeah, for Android device. All right.
Cool.
If I may also, I was just going to say, so I sort of did find a very roundabout way of fixing my problem.
Yes.
Yes, DIY.
Basically, I forced all my programs to run off my NVIDIA GPU.
Yes.
The Intel.
Yes.
And so I still can't display capture or game capture, but essentially I can window capture anything now.
Good.
So I can just keep repeating that and just set up different scenes and transition between them.
Yeah, great.
So very
Cool.
roundabout, but it works.
No, don't worry. There's all these.
Know.
Yeah,
It
the viewer doesn't know that all the tricks in the trailer production. If the gaffer tape is sticking correctly, then it's working. You know.
Exactly.
Okay.
Awesome, guys. Any other questions at this stage? Anything that's pressing?
Excuse me.
Given the relative complexity of what it is that we took on today, I think we achieved quite a lot. There aren't many really hardcore issues remaining after Carl's fixed his issue.
Well,
so
I
think
Nati's issue's pretty hectic. I don't know what to do to fix it.
Yeah, no, his is completely off the charts. I think I need to have a conversation with him. But yeah, no, I want to kind of say, as far as actual OBS functionality is concerned, he's actually okay. Those aren't his faults. He didn't do anything wrong.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, so guys, do some more thinking about your
Oh, you
concepts.
fixed
I
it.
think,
You fixed it.
We're going to... it's fixed.
Yes, man. This is the best. What a great lesson.
Okay, I'm phoning you. You need to tell me what it is that happened.
Yeah, I need to know.
Probably just restarted his computer.
He's added somebody doing handstands in his chat.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Are you guys sticking around for another lesson now, or is it the end of the day for you?
He actually just deleted OBS and reinstalled it.
Sometimes that works, eh?
But a new download, right? Like a new version.
Yeah, no. He might have sometimes uninstalling and reinstalling works. Something just wasn't compiled correctly. You know, Anton.
Yep.
Anton's microphone.
Hello.
There we go. We can.
I'm on the phone with Nati, but I'll chat later. Cheers.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Cheers, everybody. Shot. Cheers, everyone.